So welcome guys, coming to the new oGT support. Today we're going to talk about pre-attraction. Phrase 1, yeah! Okay, don't worry for that. It's gonna be, busy, okay? Because it's pre-attraction, but don't worry for that. So we have checked-in already. And this is the agenda of today. So to let you have an overview on like what other things we'll go through today. So we will go through mainly 4 parts. The first part we will talk about pricing research. So I hope you have gone through the video already, so I can go through it faster. In the part of it, we're going to talk about micro variable analysis. We're going to talk about competitor analysis, and last but not least, your cost analysis. So of course you're going to do interview as well, but I will keep it at the end when the third part we talk about research methodologies. So for the second part, we're going to talk about market research. So in market research, there will be 3 major parts, which will be external macro, external micro, and also internal micro as well. So we're going to explain detail on it. And last but not least, second last, we have research in implementation. So we talk about different methodology on doing research. We will have some time for you to draft your questionnaires. And last but not least, there's also some tips from me on like how to doing research with your customer. And the last part will be about next steps. So most probably after today, you know about most of the things in phase 1, and you're going to downscale with your LC. So we'll think about like how we can go into downscale with the LC, what is the action plans and deadlines from you and your LC. And I will also mention about what kind of deadline that we have before you see me next time for our phase 2. Okay. So any questions before we start? Okay, I think you don't have it, but I only have one thing to tell you is the first big expectation setting with you is today gonna be busy. It's gonna work. You're gonna be very focused. I really hope you guys can be very present and work faster so we can, go through all of the things, okay? Especially for Rafik, he going to have, sections like summits like after today. So let's keep it fast and let's do it, okay? So to begin with, what I want you to do is I want you to go to this spreadsheet, AIES.EC/new APOGT, okay? I will type in there. Okay. So for this sheet, right, this is gonna be the sheet that we going to use until the end of the support for new APOGT. So this is a sheet for you guys. I hope you will enjoy it. I haven't finished building all of the sheet, all of the tab, but then I guess I have most of the things there already. So what I need you to do is still remember this dashboard. I hope you still remember it. So if you haven't tagged anything, go tag it, okay? Otherwise I'm gonna kill you, or I will text you every single day until you remember to do it, okay? For example, Rafik, you still haven't finished my academia till today, okay? I hate you, do it faster. And Pikachu, where are you? Huh? Okay, I cannot see anything. You are the only 0 there, okay? So it's okay lah, okay? Like I will find someone in Myanmar to kill you, or I will just find your roommate called Myanmar to kill you, okay? But thank you so much for the other people, like for Yola, for Myanmar, and also I know Rafik trying to work it very fast as well. And second thing is, okay, I also know that some people haven't filled the timeline. So if you haven't filled the timeline, please go fill it in below, okay? So I will know what kind of deadline will be suitable for entity and what kind of not, and I will know how to align. So thank you so much for Yola, Yaman, and Pikachu filling in there. And now what I want you to do is come to the evaluation tab, okay? So on here, what I want you to do is, here is different tab, right? So what I want you to fill is with all of these items we're going to talk about today. I want to know from 1 to 10 how much you are familiar with them, okay? So I will give you 2 minutes time to work on it. It's cool. So let's start.
Wait, 2 minutes time for which one?
Here,
the
here.
sheet.
Yeah, the sheet.
Okay.
I'll fill in how much you are familiar with the topics. Okay, I see someone put 2 already. Interesting. Let's do it.
Phyllis, I have a question.
Yes.
So macro analysis Macro analysis is all the major factors that are affecting the costs, right? Things like, let's say, uh, ticket pricing, or for example, things like salaries being provided, all these things, right?
No, it's not about cost.
Okay.
That one is about macro variable and it analyzed from GFP already. You just need to use the tool. So for macro analysis, which means it will be some macro environment, like for example, some trend, in like for example, I think you have done it is like pastel, like so there's different tools on doing some macro analysis for that. So there will be a
Mhm.
yeah. So
And micro is
micro is about more deeper into the segment. So for example, one
like,
customer segment, how detailed you know about it. So mostly the output of micro analysis is about your personal building empathy.
okay, okay. Mm. And funnel analysis for micro internal. This is on the lines of customer flow, right? I guess.
Yeah. So it will be like customer journey. Yeah, something like that. Or conversion rate. Mostly we'll talk about conversion rate.
Ah,
I think it's a bit hard for like new entity because you don't have much people to convert from your entity before, so it might be a bit harder. Yeah, but then mostly it's about amazing. Cool. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So currently, from what I see, that review, most of the people have problem on both and on. So don't worry for that. I know you guys have MCPPS. Okay. So your MCPPS want to save your S, and I have some tools for you guys already. So you just follow.
Phileas can't hear you clearly. Your voice is breaking.
Really? Can you hear me now?
A bit better, but still breaking.
Other people
And there's some background noise also.
can. Can you guys hear me? Other people?
Wait, Yola, can you mute your mic once? Sorted.
Okay, cool. So so for here, right? So except Rifik, I think because he is MCPPF, he kind of know about it. But then I think most of you are a bit worried about cost analysis, but don't worry for that. You have your MCPP for it. So MCPPF. So he or she will going to facilitate you for it. And the second one I see the problem is about macro analysis. So we also have some tools that we're going to talk about it. You're just trying to work on it because I know that it's also not easy for macro analysis. Yeah. But so far from what I see, except Rivik, most of the people are not very confident, except especially the Myanmar guys in the same house. Yeah. But I see also Yola have more confidence on competitor analysis and also customer interview. So good, like I really happy for it, and let's see how it goes like after the session of today. So go back to our session, right? Before we start, I have some expectation setting with you guys. I know it sounds a bit straightforward, but then I think it's a really important one. So I really hope to share with you guys. So first of all, for today, I don't have a definite answer for you. Okay, this is the first expectation setting because honestly, I was not MCPP oGT before, and I never do customer research for oGT before. But the only thing I've done is I facilitate the MC to do customer like to do market research, to do pricing research. So that's why most of the time I will facilitating you, but rather than I'll give you a definite answer. So that's why the first thing I really hope you guys can have is being proactively to find your answer. Especially you guys are MC already, like you are not LC anymore, and I cannot train you like how you train your LC. So make sure you're being proactive enough to ask to find your answer. And yeah, secondly is about self-evaluation process. So in this time, like there's no definitely right or wrong here, but then the only thing that we have is how much you understand, how much you're aware on it, and whether you're clear about how you're going to implement it with your entity, because at the end of the day you are the MCPP of your entity. And the third one will be about open to ask questions. If you're not understand, like feel free to ask like how Refix do. And I think this will be a very important qualities because also like if you're looking into the MCPP this year, right? I also have quite a lot of MCPP compared to last year when I'm managing GE. So do expect that sometimes I may running around and I may not able to always catching up with you guys, like how's your deadline fall with you. So make sure you really, if you have questions, do really ask. And if you see some deadlines are coming, do really try to work on it. And the fourth one is co-creating solutions together. Like I said before, I was not the one who implemented it, and I also don't have a lot of resources in terms of like how exactly it runs. I only have some entities GCP for that. But then mostly if you want to find a right solution for yourself, I would suggest you guys can co-create the solution together. The reason is because I really hope you guys can be the supporting system of each other. I understand that like you guys are starting oGT newly in your entity. You may not run it before, most of you guys. And in Asia Pacific, right, there's only a few MCPP oGT is starting the product this year. The one you see in the group, okay? Not a lot of people are replying, but then most of you guys, like I would say these 4 of you are facing the same experience together, and mostly only 4 of you can understand each other in a deeper way. So I really suggest you guys, like it would be good like if you 4 can be good friends of each other, supporting each other and sharing resources together. So, or if you have any emotional needs, you can also share as well, so you guys can support each other a bit more. Yeah. So at the end, I hope you guys can have a behavior is like holding each other accountable, having like 4-in-1, and I really hope oGT can be implementing well in your entity, and also at the same time as an MCPP, you got some friends lah, okay. Okay, same contact. Yeah, try to save it lah. Okay, it's okay lah. Oh yeah, okay, Refik, you call her right? It's okay. Haha. Okay, that's so cute. But then from today on, you're gonna remember Refik's voice. Okay, so to have an overview of today, I want to have some question like to kickstart your brain first. I want to ask you guys, what is the expected output of pricing research? Okay, so this is very simple. Anyone want to try? You can open your mic or you can type inside the chat box. It's also okay. Anyone want to share? Okay, this is easy. Okay.
Maybe in the lines of understanding what our customers actually want and how competitive of a price can we offer to them based on the analysis of the competitors that are there in the market. So, for example, if let's say company A is offering them international internships, but at a much more higher price and with much less benefits than we provide, then we can offer them at a considerably lesser price because our benefits are much more than most of the competitors in the market.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Rafik. And you'll also a suitable price for customer, especially in COVID-19. Okay, any more?
Also about like Revit already covered a lot, but like for the like from my perspective, the one more thing is like it also like cover the direct and indirect cost of the product running within the internet organization. Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. Good job. Any more? Okay. Cool. That's really great. You guys hit the key point of it. Good job. I hope you watch the video before you come out. Okay. So second question is, what is the expected output of a market research? That's also easy as well, right? It's not the first thing you guys talk about it.
Yeah, it's like find market needs, like the personnel. So yep.
Okay. Any more? Understand. By a persona. Okay. Any more?
I think understanding about by a persona and like also understanding what is the like the fee, the targeted fee, or like possible for targeted duration of the program. Also like about like our supply entities. Also like what are the opportunity available for our like buyer persona. Yeah, more about the stuff.
Product for everyone is product for no one. Okay, that's cute. Okay. Any more people want to share? Okay. Good job. Thanks for watching the video. Okay. And I think like market research mostly is also about, because market research is not only 1 year, right? But every year we also do market research, or every peak we also do market research, right? I think the most important thing is how we keep refreshing our customer insight like along the way, even we are in different point of time, because our customer may changing from time to time. Okay, so then these are mostly the reason that we having all these, and I hope it recalls your brain on like why we having all these together. So in the coming, in the coming time, we're going to talk about timeline. So I'm sure you guys have seen this before already, right? For the people who feel yes, I hope you really see before you say yes, okay? But then what I want to talk about here is these are the timeline that we're going to follow through in terms of the pre-attraction. So now we are in phase 1 right now. And in phase 1, mostly if you see here, the things that we're going to deliver is about like conducting analysis, for example, like you will see some analysis are also actually overlapping across different projects as well. So that's why I put it together. For example, like competitor analysis. And also we're also doing research planning as well to prepare for our research. So second part of it is about validating with your customer. So after we do all of the analysis, we're going to validate with our customer to see like whether the things that we assume or whether the information we gather are right or not with the current market that we have. And then we will go to phase 2. So we will have time again after you do all of your validation and research implementation, then we will have time to do consolidation. So I will check with you guys with a consultancy space to see what are the output that you have and how to consolidate the information together. And also afterward will be more about aligning our operation and also S&D as well. So far, and at the end of the day, afterward, we're going to have product implementation. That means we start like doing product packaging, we start doing attraction, and we start building our pipeline with corresponding JT. Okay, so anyone have any questions in here? Okay, I hope you don't have. Sounds clear, right? So now we're coming to the first part, yeah, which is pricing research. Okay, so for pricing research, that we have 3 parts. So the first one is about micro variable analysis. The second one will be about competitor analysis, and the last one will be about customer interview. And okay, actually there's 4th one as well. It's about cost analysis or validation. Okay, so to start with, because you guys watched the video already, right? I want to ask you guys, what is micro variable analysis? Anyone want to explain? You see the video, right? So supposedly you should know about it. Anyone want to share? Or you can tell me how to use, or did you try it before? Okay, no, Yeman say no. Shame on you. How about others? Did you ever try to click that spreadsheet? Oh, people start opening. How about Rafik? You are finance, right?
Which spreadsheet?
Huh? What? Sorry?
Which spreadsheet?
Hey, what the fuck? Finance? You don't know it? Okay, it's fine now. Okay, I will explain once. Okay, guys. If you never do it.
Oh, this one. Yes.
Yes, right? Okay. You used it before, right? Okay. So let's invite Rafik to talk about what is this spreadsheet. Okay. Okay, guys, if you never have it, it's okay. Okay. So I will tell you how you do it. Is go to that folder, okay, in the pricing, AIE.SEC/ like pricing, and then you will see a spreadsheet called macro variables pricing evaluation tool. So double click on it, make a copy for yourself, okay? If you never use it before, oh my god, I hate you guys. No, I mean I hate the undoing voice. Like that means those from Myanmar. Oh. Okay, cool. So Rafik, let's have a tutorial to guide this, lazy bunch of baby on how to doing it. So can you explain the tool?
We will need to go one by one.
Or you can briefly only explain the things that is useful or important, so they will not
Wait,
get.
I'll open it over here in my laptop also. But the thing is, I forgot the link to this. I opened it only once and went through it in detail.
Okay, can.
If you can send me the link
Oh, okay. This one,
or
right?
the folder, the pricing folder.
Okay, this link. Seems you
This
guys.
is so simple. I wonder how I miss. Like,
Yeah, right. Okay.
like how did I forget? Okay, anyway.
So anyone know about this? How to use this? Okay,
No,
just a spreadsheet. Okay, it's easy. Just try to click it. You will find the answer. I learned it by myself.
no,
Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
see, okay, so I like, if possible, can all of you open this sheet on your laptop as well?
Yes,
That will be easier to explain.
because you know where's the spreadsheet, right? There's you know which one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. There's video explaining you how to use it as well, dude. Too lazy. Okay. I think people open already. So what's next?
Amazing. So let's go to entity overview. And over there, you will see something called information about the selected entity. So it's all about the current reality of the entity with regards to pricing, with regards to finances for the products and every single thing. So, okay. So for example, let's consider oGT. Where is oGT? Okay, oGT is here. So only one-time fee. Then there's an option two of one-time fee plus monthly fee. Then only monthly fee and several installments. And this is because previously the fees for GT was pretty high compared to GE or GV, the previous GT. Like I'll give ISEC in Nepal's example. So ISEC in Nepal used to charge 50,000 Nepalese rupees per EP, regardless of the time duration. And now we have changed it to a different price points for different durations. So if you look at oGT for that matter, then stage on which the fee is charged and subjective opinion of the entity regarding their pricing in oGT. So this is a subject, these are subjective answers and total amount charged to customers. So all these things are there. And if you look at IGT as well, then there are 4 different options of paying, because the fees was pretty high again. So this is about the reality of the entity currently. Then if you go to pricing analysis for OGX plus IGE, I don't know why IGE is there. Okay. So yeah, just a second. I've seen this after so long. So yeah, there's mm, wait, what am I missing? I forgot what PPP is.
Purchasing power.
Oh, yeah. Purchasing power. So this is something that like I don't know how to explain this without using financial terms because I'm not too sure if you'll be able to understand that. But okay, overall, it's all about understanding the market realities. Let's say the income group of the people, for that matter. There are 4 different income groups. There's upper. One second. Yeah, there's upper, there's middle, there's lower middle, and then there is low or lower income group. So based on that, you decide, and then on your region, all these details you fill, and then mm, based on the purchasing power and everything. Okay, so first of all, you and your VPF, you decide together what should be the ideal price point, and then based on the purchasing power, you adjust that, and ultimately you decide on the final price. Uh, and then you can see an analysis also below with the bar graphs and all those things. And um, IGT is not our concern right now. IGV, OGX is our concern. But yeah, then there's sustainability approximation. So over here, you decide, with your VP Finance come up with the product pricing per approval. Then there's indirect costs to the entity, direct revenue, direct costs. All these things are there, and based on that, you come up with a profit and loss. and then you understand that, okay, if I put this particular price, then this is how much my revenue will decrease, or this is how much my cost will increase. And based on all of that, you come up with 3 scenarios: optimistic, realistic, and pessimistic. And again, based on that, you decide which price point to use based on the current context. Since you have 3 different price points, and so based on that, you decide and understand, you understand and decide which one to implement now. And the one good thing that GFB and AI has done is they have allowed us to like review our prices monthly. If you're aware about what the GFB survey is, so in that, there's an option like from next month's survey, there will be an option to include pricing research also, and we can review prices every month, and so that they can track also how much it is fluctuating and how much it is changing. So that is an option, but it is recommended not to do that, because constantly changing prices will that will become a major detracting factor for our customers. So it's ideal to have 3 different price points, and then find an average, or find the most ideal price point that you want to implement for your product in your entity, and use that throughout the year, at least, or at least for the next 6 months. That is what it is suggested. And then there is the last tab is local currency. So that is
It's okay. The hiding tab is okay. I just open it. It's the database behind.
yeah.
Cool, amazing. Thank you so much, Rishik. So I think generally you have understand how the tool is used. But I just want to know like how much you guys understand. How does it go? Just now. So okay, do you know what you need to do after it? Huh?
Kind of, a bit.
Okay, cool. So I will explain in a brief way on to overview on what do you need to. Okay, so this tool is very easy. Okay, you don't need to go through all the things. I will tell you what are the only things that you need to go through and why. Okay, so for this tool, right, to begin with, okay, first of all, there's two link I put there in the like in the video already that is for global. It's from AI, it's from GFB. So make sure you do really check it. Otherwise, I cannot help you for that. Okay. Don't tell me you don't know it because mostly are there. So for macro variable analysis, if you look into tool, the description of the tool is talking about with this tool, it will give you a recommended price from GFB, which means it is a recommended price from a finance perspective. Okay, so which means your finance will tell you, okay, this will be the price based on calculation. Okay, but only calculation. But how they're going to calculate is based on the economic index, for example, those like PPP, like UN, blah, 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 like those stuff, like different index, and they take a calculation with the global and regional average, and then recommend you a price based on the calculation. So when they're trying to do it, they're trying to compare with entity with similar, like with country that have similar purchasing power. For example, Myanmar may have similar purchasing power with, I don't know, like for example, Bangladesh, I really don't know, okay, sorry. Or like maybe Laos, or I don't know, maybe Cambodia, for example. So then like they will give you around this entity, like what are the purchasing power and how does it comparatively, it will suggest you the price. Remember time that they talk about adjusted PPP, right? Which means if we don't calculate based on the exchange rate, but we calculate based on the purchasing power, how much should it cost in your entity reality? So people are actually paying the same amount of purchasing power, but not only about how much they are paying in terms of euro or in terms of Canadian dollar. So this is the first thing you need to be aware. And yeah, so about the tool, how to going to use it, right? So the first one is on the first page, choose your entity. Okay, don't tell me you don't know how to choose it. Okay, so you know your entity name, right? So if you don't know, I cannot help you, okay? So go fuck yourself. So, and then afterward, what you need to do is, you will see here, there is some price, okay? On the third tab, okay? It's not about the second tab. Second tab is about overview, right? So overview is about telling you about your entity right now, what are the price that you're charging, okay? But then if you go to the third tab, which is about like OGX and IGE, something like that. The reason that they are together is because all of them are only having one-time payment. and they only charge one stakeholder. So that is the reason that why they are together. And if you look into here, right, how do you going to see the price is, so this is like the best price based on the converted purchasing power. Like if it's the same purchasing power across different currency, then it will pay around this price. Okay, but then the only thing you need to see is the best price and the current price. So if you're running that product and you have a price, then you will have a current price for it. But then, for example, like Bangladesh, like they don't have oGE and oGT, so that's why you don't see a price there. But then they also based on the economic index and also similar economic context of different entities, they give you a recommended price, which is, for example, 284 or 239 for oGT. And then yeah, although it's a bit interesting that OG is more expensive than oGT, but then it's fine. Okay, so that's why these two may not exactly is really real, like outcome that you can directly use, and that's why we have other methodology to do research for it, right? And if you see the price that you have, so you can see, for example, this is your current price, and this is the recommended price. So that's why they would tell you, okay, compared to the recommended price, you're 5% higher, and you have a chance that can lower a bit your price. Okay, but then of course they will not ask you directly lower it, but then they will ask you to do research first, and we will talk about it later. So if you run oGE or oGT before, then you will find a price that is, for oGE is short term, and for oGT will be long term. And of course, you also need to do research to find out your medium term price as well. And a disclaimer here is the price here, repeat again, is from GFP calculation based on the countries with similar economic context. And it's only recommended from a finance perspective. But then it doesn't mean that it is always right. Like you see the data here already, right? Like for example, oGT have a longer duration, but the price is lower than oGE, right? So whether it makes sense or not, right? So so that's why it's very important. We also need to validate with the market. So if you go through the video that I shared with you before talking about market research, the reason that we have market research is we want to try to find a balance between the market and our finance perspective, which means our operation cost. Okay, and we try to find a middle ground that able to help us to capture the market as well as able to maintain our operation costs. And the tool from JFP is recommending from a finance perspective, but then for us, we still need to validate with our market together. So that's why we have market research, and we have different types of analysis along the research. So before I go to the next part about how to validate with the market, anyone have any questions in terms of the tool about macro variable analysis?
I don't.
Wait, no.
Oh, one question.
Yes.
So like, well, like for that sheet, like, is it, how can I say, is it mainly responsible for MCVP, OGAs, or MCVP finance?
I
Or
don't
this,
think it's the main responsible, because my MCVP, OGE or OGT or IGT, they also use it as well when they do pricing research. So actually both both finance and OGX also understand the tools. There's no point like you only one person understanding it.
okay, so like if the MCVP, OGAs can be the main responsible as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it depends on you who will be the one who do the coordination of the research. But at the end of the day, if you check the video, right, there will be marketing, OGX, and finance working together for the research. So you just need to know who will be the stakeholder to coordinate, but in terms of implementation, more or less are the same. Like everyone, you need to do some kind of things. Yeah, and if you don't understand, go ask your finance. And if your finance don't understand, you can go ask GFP. Okay, so if no any question, then I go to the next part, because besides macro variable analysis, the next one that we have is about competitor analysis. Okay, so competitor analysis, of course, the name, it tells you already, it compare with different competitors that you have, right? That's simple, right? So in here, I have do one example already, based on my market when I'm in Hong Kong. But it's fresh, like I do it a few months ago. So what we have is like in here we're trying to describe the product, the package, because we are surface, right? We are not a solid product, right? So that's why in terms of the service, what are the things that we're providing? So I have put, for example, work field, working hours, like placement, duration, destination, company types, benefits, service, and additional costs, which means what are things that the program is not covered and how much it costs. Okay, so the reason that why we need to here to understand the competitive analysis is not trying to see, okay, who is higher price and who having a lower price. Of course, you see ISAC, right? We are more expensive than school, but then we are lower price compared to other company outside. Do you know why ISAC is cheaper relatively if compared to other competitors? Have you ever think about it?
Because we don't need to pay for salary to the AC people or member.
Okay, so lower HR course. Any more? Okay, Pikachu is dead already. It's just the beginning, Pikachu. You need to keep it up. Okay, I see someone is typing. Oh, never think of it. What the fuck? How you become OG? Shame on you. What the fuck? Okay. Then I will try to briefly explain. If you look into, okay, that is the reason that why you need to do a competitor analysis, guys. Okay. So you need to look into what are the differences between the service that we are providing. The reason I was telling you, okay, why you need to see the package. For example, if you see in here, this is the highest price that I have ever seen in most of the program I have seen. Okay, I searched it online. Like it's called Global Experience. It's like oGT, like global talent. Looks very similar, right? Start with global. Yeah, that's how it looks like as well. But then, you know, for ISAC, we are charging mostly like 100 something euro, all those stuff. But then if you see them, they are charging almost 8,000 USD. Okay, imagine you send one EP and you have 8,000 USD. Sounds cool, right? I know how does it feel. Okay, but then if you're looking into the service, actually they include a lot. In terms of the working field, compared to ISAC, they have more working field that are available. Secondly, I think working hours is more or less the same, but then placement offer. What are things that it separate a big gap here is these agency, they are guaranteed you for the offer, which means as long as you pay, you will get an offer. Okay, in this destination. While for ISAC, you know, we don't guarantee. They still need to go apply and then accept and then approve, right? So that is the reason that why the price have a great drop here. And then in terms of duration, more or less the same, except this one is the shortest one, but still charging very high compared to here. But then you can see mostly these are the agency providing. Go to Europe, these are Latin America. And my school program was providing to MOC, that's why they are cheap. And in terms of company, you will see why this one is cheaper than the other two is because they only have micro business for the segment itself. Okay, and this is the benefit that they are providing. So that is one of the reasons why we are not really charging EP for accommodation in the new program, because actually it doesn't make sense. You never see any like agency is really charging people to pay even more for their own accommodation for a job. Okay, and you can see service, right? They have more service, for example 24 hours times 7 like hotline service, and then they have like same as us, we have departure, webinar, so on and so forth, and then they even cover flight ticket as well. Okay, and visa, all those stuff. So that's why they're charging a bit higher. And the reason that you need to see the competitor analysis here is you need to understand how the package are different with different price. Because one of the things why it's very important, you can see here, is the price itself is trying to represent how much the value of the package is worth. Okay, so that's why it's important for you to understand how you're going to present different package and design the price range for it. Okay, and of course, especially for you guys, if you are a new product, which means your market is not familiar with it, especially maybe your entity, like with the country, they don't have much like internship about referral as well. So it may be something very new concept for them, and it's important for you to present your competitor analysis when you're going to interview your respondents, so they were able to see a range of the price with similar product, and they will tell you a more realistic price. Because if they never see this kind of product before, most probably they will say very cheap. Imagine you never see iPhone before. If I ask you how much you're gonna pay, you may tell me you're gonna pay $50 for it. Unless you see, for example, you use Samsung smartphone, like you use, I know other brand, okay? Yeah, then you will know, okay, around this price, like Samsung is this price, and iPhone should be this price, maybe with a bit more features, so it will be more expensive, so on and so forth. So this is the reason that why you need to do a competitor analysis, and also understand like how competitive it means. Competitive is not only about the high or low of the price, but also about the service that you're providing in your package, okay? I hope everyone is clear. Any other questions? Okay, cool. So now we're going to the next part, which is about customer-based research. So to understand a customer-based research, we're going to have interview, right? And the research output, ultimately what we want to have is having fixed price for different duration and different program as well. And in here, okay, there is 2 methods for pricing research. Anyone can tell me which 2? Okay, this is easy. I show you the answer already for 1 second. Yeman is searching notes. I cannot hear. Eh?
No, we are talking with Pika here.
So which one? Refake, do you know which one?
Okay, for youth is there. Wait. Youth and partners. I think I remember. I'm not able to remember properly because last time I did pricing research was long back. Okay. Business and engineering teaching. Wait.
What research methodology? What is the name?
Oh, like Geba, Granger, and Van Westendorp.
So which one I'm going to use?
Van. Start with V.
Why? Why?
Because we don't know the price, right?
Because we don't know we don't have any price right now, right?
Okay, amazing. You get it. Oh, so cool. Good
Oh
job.
no, it's Pika.
I am confused.
Cool. I'm trying to explain, like, okay, I will mute you, you're too noisy. But then I will tell you what is the reason that we have this, okay? So there's 2 methods. One is double Granger and one is when fast and drop. If you look in the research, you know that for double this is a method for people who have a price range already. So how you're going to define the price range is, of course, you have a price first, okay? So after you have a price, then I mean, like, you run the product already and you kind of know that you are sustainable. That means the price that is able to cover your cost. And that's why most probably you are adjusting around that range, okay? You're not gonna have a big change. But then now, because we are running a new product, so when we're running a new product, we actually doesn't know what is the price range because we never run it before and we don't know whether it's sustainable or not. Even I set a price range for it. So that's why what we're going to do is we're going to use when fast and drop method as the research methodology for this pricing research, okay? Yeah, so yeah, because we don't know which price works the best. So the next part is, besides the micro variable analysis spreadsheet, we still have another second spreadsheet. Any one of you opened that before? Okay, and then go one by one. Okay, no. Yola, did you open it before? Pika, did you open it before? Are we going to end today? Have you opened this before? Okay, no, right? It's fine. Okay, so you just need to see here. There's a market price analysis tool. Okay, double click in, make a copy. But then it's not make 1 copy. What you need to do is you need to make 6 copy. Okay, 6 copy. Okay, 6. Okay. if you're going to have fixed price, or if you say, okay, short term, no matter their IT or their business, it can be the same, or you only want business and IT, whatever price, it can be same as the marketing one, then you need to make 3, okay? Short term duration, medium term duration, and long term duration. So what you need to do is you make a copy for it. Okay, so after you make a copy for it, what do you need to do is there is 2 methods, okay? One is Gabo Granger, right, which is the one that we are not going to use, but then the second one we're going to use is called Van Vestenberg, okay? So there are so many tabs with 1.1, 1.2 to 1.4. So these are the tabs you can hide it because it's for Gabo Granger, and we only look into the second one, okay, which is yeah, like 2.1 to 2.4, okay? So these are the tabs here. So what you're going to do is you go, okay, this one is the one from Hong Kong, by the way. Okay, so don't tell them I showed to you guys. Okay, so what they have do is they have do what they do is they use survey because they only do pricing research, and for market research they have another timeline for it. So they have like the name of the respondents, which of the university they are coming from, and there's some more details of the personal information you can add in. Why you need to add personal information? Anyone can tell me? Like phone numbers, email, all this. Why?
So maybe we can have a follow-up
Yes,
with the response.
yes, good job, Yola. That's right. Okay. Yeah, because you can find, oh, maybe this person, for example, my price is around 3,000. And I see, okay, these are the people that who are affordable and they want to go in and they have the right, you know, field and they maybe have some experience as well. So that's why I can follow with them and have customer interview, or maybe they can be a future lead. So that is the reason that why we're keeping the details of it. And also the second thing is you can also eliminate people that who are not relevant from your product. For example, people who study psychology, I remember there's some like geography, music, yeah, a lot of weird stuff. I remember. Early childhood education and special education, you know, or like law student, like they are not our target customer. And actually you can try to eliminate some of the respondents that are not relevant to your target market. So you can only focus on the people who are relevant. For example, you interview a student who study medical school, who study like medicine, and then you ask him, do you interested to go to an IT opportunity, or do you want to go to a marketing internship, right? Most probably they will tell you no, and because they are not interested for it, so most probably you will see they will give a lower price for it. Yeah. So this is the reason that you can also, when you have more detailed information and if you have more respondents, you can eliminate some of the irrelevant or like extreme data from your data set to make your information to be even more accurate. Okay. So this is the reason that you need to have it. And after you filling it all of them, okay, with your customer interview, which I will tell you later, then you will have a tool like this and you will see the different price point here. Okay. So I will share, I will explain to you with the slides. So make sure you have all these 6 or at least all 3, okay, if you're only running GTA. And then what you're going to do is you're going to have interviews. So you give in the details, backgrounds, do they know about the product before? Because this is also important, as in if they understand the product before, most likely they will give you a better price. For example, if they go to OGE before or OGT before, then they will know, okay, this is a good product, this is a good service, so that's why I will pay more for it, or I think the price is worth it. Okay, and in here you're going to ask these 5 questions, which is the first question is about what are the price point people will think it is too low quality and they don't want to buy it. Okay, that means too low price and I doubt its quality. Second one is about a bargain price, which means it's cheap but then it's good value to buy, so I will buy it. And in which price people are starting to get expensive but they will still buy it, and at which price point that is too expensive and they will not consider about it. And last but not least, between 2 and 3, the price one they choose, how likely they will buy. So you will see whether they will buy or not. Okay, so in here this is how the interview like look like, and you're going to ask, you are not going to ask only only 6 questions or only 5 questions. You're going to ask 5 times 3 because you're going to have 3 different package with different value proposition. For example, with your short duration, you may have a different IR partner, and that is the reason maybe people will give you a different price. Or for example, the field are different, or the benefit is different, right? For example, long duration is have salary, medium have salary, but then like short duration not going to have salary. Then they may also think about have different price. So that's why one of the very important tips when you're going to do pricing research is you need to describe your package in a very accurate way. You need to describe your product and describe your package and able to let your customer to visualize it. Because if your customer doesn't understand it, most probably they will give you a lower price. Because they don't understand and they will give you like, yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Then they will give you a cheaper price and your price will be lower. So that's why it's very important that when you presenting the information, you need to make sure it's clear enough for your respondents to understand what is the value of this product. And that's why they will tell you a more accurate price, okay? So, and then going into who we're going to interview. So you can see in here, like these are the program details that we have been see from the booklet from SG about the product initial, and I have resorted it already to here to see different field around what kind of major it will be inside of that. So, and I'm not going to go deep in it because I will have the second part later to talk about the market segment. And after you have the market segment, then like you fill in the information and you fill in the price, okay? One of the price that they think about it, right? So one of the things you need to be aware is, firstly, you need to have at least 50 respondents. And I don't suggest you only have 50, okay? Try to go more, at least 100, so your data will be more accurate, okay? Secondly is about the product price, trying to give a larger range of it. The reason is because we don't know the price range, right? Before we talk about, that's why we use this method. So that's why trying to give a larger range of it and see, okay, how much it worth for it, okay? So then like, and this one, a larger range, people will be easier to choose, but not limited by your options, okay? And at the end of the day, you see the tools, and then you will see the different price point for marginal cheapness, which means these too cheap, people will not buy it before that, and this one go too expensive, people will not buy about it. So this is the acceptable price range, and this is the optimal price, okay? So there will be 3 price point here based on the intersection point that we have from the line. And then there will be 2 more price point coming up is about here, the likely and very likely to purchase. When they take average, remember they feel 1 to 4 how likely they will buy it, right? So they will pick people who are picking 3 or the people who are picking 4, and they will take the average about the price that they will willing to pay for it. And then these are the 2 price points that people have a high intention to going to buy a product. So at the end of the day, you're going to fill in the price point there, and also with these 5 price points. And then what you do is you need to fill in yes or no about how much is competitive and put the weight. So the first one, remember, is for the covering basic cost. After you get these 5 price points from the survey, you need to validate with your finance to make sure all these 5 price points are able to cover your direct and indirect costs. And I will tell you later on how to working on it, okay? So if it can cover, then you feel yes. If no, then you feel no, okay? And then, so we need to make sure it's second, level 2. Secondly, we have positive feedback from our customers. So which means your market research here, okay? Here and here, okay? Likely and very likely, okay? So how much people are willing to buy? For example, 140 is too cheap, like we said before, right? People will not buy for it. So that's why you can put no, and this one is too expensive, so people will not buy. So we only take the only the price in the middle, people will buy for it. And competitiveness is compared to your partner regarding to the price and the performance of the product, which means the service you're providing, whether it's compatible or not. And last but not least is about the change management initiative. So which means if you're going to implement this price, how much it's gonna affect your change management in terms of sales, in terms of marketing or budget or value proposition. Maybe you need to add more value if the price is higher. So then you will choose the price that with the least with the lower change management on it. And at the end of the day, you have a weighting and you can consolidate with your MCP, finance, and marketing together. And most importantly, it's also based on your experience to design the price as well. So here are some of the common questions or reminders. So have a price before you start research. You need to change your price based on pricing research. Okay, all the steps that we have been talking through, and pricing should be decided like only for level 2 sustainability only. And then we have synergy with marketing and finance. And remember to do interview, and then you have 6 price. So these are the reminder for it. Okay. So any questions? Yola, are you dead? Okay, anyone have any questions? If no, then I'm going to move on, okay? Because we are a bit less time. I don't expect to talk very long here, okay? So last but not least, a lot of you guys asked about cost analysis, right? And I haven't talked about it, right? Okay, then I will tell you what is the reason I didn't talk about it. So I have talking to GFB chair this morning. Do you guys know who is he? His name is Ram. He's from Philippines, and he has been GFB chair for 2 years already. So what he suggests is like because we start the product very new and we don't know how much cost it induced in the past because we didn't invest on it, right? So that's why it will be better if we focus on macro variable and market research first, and to benchmark the price. And also you can benchmark the price with entity that have similar economic situation with you. And I have one more reminder for you guys is what you can do is if you have planned about how much cost you're going to invest on oGT already, then you can put inside of the cost analysis one that I will show you later. And then if you don't have it, it's also okay. By the point that you have the price point, then you put different price point on it, and then you're going to see whether it's level 2 or not, okay? So any question? If no, then I will show you how does the cost analysis tool look like, which designed by me, okay? So if you don't like it, I'm sorry, y'all. I can't help. Okay, so go back to the same spreadsheet. It has been always the same spreadsheet here. So what I need you guys to do is go to cost validation, okay? I have been putting all your entity there already, like this is the sample one that I've done. This is Nepal. This is, you know, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. Okay. If there's more entity, then I will add them in. So what you need to do is just follow with me. Okay. So I will open tab 1, step 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So you will see here, if you haven't filled in before, then you will see there is a yellow box. Okay. So what I need you to do is talk to your finance. Okay. Okay, you put the price there first, okay? You can skip oGT. The reason is because it will test your price on it, okay? So it will be look like this, okay? Empty. And then afterward, you put the price and then you put the cost. So the cost, which means if you're going to run every product in here, how much cost it gonna induce directly, okay? You know what is direct and indirect cost, right? Indirect cost, which means it's not, or direct cost is like promotion, sales, like value delivery of the cost of it. And for indirect cost, it's mostly coming from partnership, conference, overhead. That means your flat, your salary. So it will be there. And then like other costs as well. So you put the cost here and you put the revenue here. And then afterward, the last thing you need to put is put your goals in pessimistic, realistic, and optimistic. Okay. So pessimistic is 30% lesser than realistic as recommendation, but I would suggest you to put based on your projection with your COVID-19 situation as well, okay? So after you fill in all this, right, it will look like this, okay? And then we have different price points. For example, I have a price point for 140. So first thing, I put 140 there, okay? And then I will go, what you need to do is open the last tab, which is step 7. Then you'll be able to see, okay, if it's optimistic, all of my product gonna be level 2. And if it go realistic, then you will see your product are still level 2, okay? But then if I'm going to be pessimistic with the pessimistic exchange goal, then my product will go level 1. So what does it mean? It means this price is not able to help me to be sustainable for it. What you can do is you either increase the price or you cutting the cost. or you increase your goal for pessimistic. But I don't think you can increase your goal a lot because, I mean, you plan based on your market reality, right? So mostly you can do is either you reducing cost or increasing the price of it. Okay, so that's why that is how you're going to validate your price point, whether they are sustainable or not. Anyone have any questions in here? If no, I will give you guys 5 minutes breaks. Okay, but at the same time you can try the tools by yourself. Okay, is it okay, everyone? So you can try to fill in the tools, and if you don't understand, you can come and ask me. Okay, so let's have 5 minutes time. Okay, everyone is done, right? So let's go to the next part. Okay, so now let's come to the next part, which is a very exciting part, and it's also a part that you're going to have your working time a bit as well. So in market research, right? Okay, anyone doesn't know what is market research? You are so serious. Yeah, man. Okay. So I hope most of you guys like know about it already. I will explain it when it comes to market research, right? This is not by my definition. It's what me taught me my RM marketing. So if you want to challenge it, right? Challenge me, don't challenge me, okay? But then, so when it comes to market research, I'm sure if you see her booklet before, then she will talk about 3 parts. So the first one is about external macro analysis. And then the second part will be going into external micro analysis. Okay. And the last part will be talking about internal micro analysis. Okay. Sounds very complex, right? Yeah. But then actually it's not. Yeah, 7S, 7PS. Okay. No, not 7S. Not about system, all those stuff. That one is for internal analysis for OD side. Okay. But then 7P is another thing, okay? If you never heard about it before, then now you should learn about it, okay? I think I learned it when I was in university at that time, but I think it's more or less quite relevant as well. So we can talk about it as well. So yeah, so that's why for external macro analysis, we'll go through about like 3 major parts about PESTO, 7P, and also SWOT, which it's the SWOT is not just, you know, I give you 4 box that SWOT, but then I will integrate with PESTO and I will integrate with 7P, okay? And also integrate with our competitor analysis as well. Secondly, about external micro analysis, it will talking about more customer insight. So when it comes to customer insight, mostly is the output you can expect is your persona, okay? Because the one that the template we give you for the persona, we actually revamp it and to be more advanced. I actually learned from Vietnam. And they also put a lot of empathy mapping, like many different things inside of it as well. So you can yeah, you can just remember it's our persona, the spreadsheet that we have, just fill it. And last but not least is our internal micro analysis, which means our funnel analysis. Okay, so looking into here, then I will have a brief introduction about these different types of research. So if you know about it already, there will be about primary research and there will be something about secondary research. Okay. So for primary research, which means those information is first hand from your side, okay? That means you collect it by your organization itself, okay? But you're not referring someone else's research. So primary research have a good thing is because that is the research data acquisition is actually can control by yourself. So actually it will be more accurate. But then if you're looking into secondary research, it will give you fast output because people have done the research already. Secondly, if you're looking into more credible research, for example, from those consultancy firms like Deloitte, like PwC, so on and so forth, then you will be able to see those research is in a larger scope, which is easier for you to learn and implement as well, okay? So, and in here, what kind of secondary research that you can look into? The macro analysis will be mostly about some public source, which means some government report, government policy, some external information as well. And there will be also some commercial source as well, which means, for example, the consultancy firm telling you about the industrial report, the trend report, or some market insights report, which some of them you need to buy it as well. But then generally it means like this. And if you're looking into what kind of industry that ISEC is in, ISEC is actually in non-formal education industry, okay, to let you know. And last but not least is about our internal source, which means our Dell, our SOGA, EXPA, entity operation reports. So these are the report you can look into as well. So I hope everyone is clear. If you want to know more about how does it exactly work, this is the link there from me and you can go check there, okay? I hope everyone get the concept. If yes, then I will go to the next part. So we'll talk about pastel, right? Then I will have some reflection time and I want to ask you guys some questions first. Anyone of you never do pastel before? Okay, I'm sure you've done it because you went to MC planning, right? So you supposedly should do it, or if you know, then I'm gonna tell your MCP about it, okay? I'm gonna kill you, okay? But then I want to ask you a follow-up question is, from 1 to 10, how much does it give you direction to run oGT after your pastel? Research supposedly give you, direction, right? But then does the research help you to tell you how to run oGT better? Or how to run oGT at least, not better lah. We just started, right? Haha, which means no, right? Mostly, okay? But I want to ask you guys, why? Why it doesn't give you more insight on how to run oGT?
Because it's a standard.
Because it's external. Do you know what you're talking about? Because it's macro, really? The question hurts my soul. What does it mean? What kind of soul do you mean? Can you elaborate, guys?
Why? Why? Because the question hurt my soul.
Why?
For me, I think it's because it's external, and also this is the general, like what is happening throughout the country. So this is what other organization can do. So basically, like, so to run an oGT in the ISA in one organization, it is too general for us to like how to understand to start running this organization with this analysis.
For me, since we did Pestle specifically for the entity overall and not for the products, so maybe because of that, we do not have that much clarity on how Pestle is going to help us with oGT.
Exactly, guys. That is the reason that why I asked you guys need to do your macro analysis again and don't rush in it. Thank you so much, Rafik. You answered the question perfectly. Okay, so the reason why we need to do again is because the one that you do for your entity, you firstly do for your entity. Mostly the inside where you go, you either go GV or you go TM. Okay, at most you go some about like visa. I guarantee you. But then most of the time, I'm sure you didn't research like most of the things that can contribute to GT operation in deep. Okay. So that's why in here, I'm going to talk more about like how we should look into the pastel as a way that to help us to understand oGT and how to run it better. And of course, I'm not going to give you a direct answer for it, but then I will give you guys some space to brainstorm, okay? So I want you guys to think about what should be the keyword that we should looking for when we going to do research and understand about oGT in a macro environment, okay? So then you guys can have some time to brainstorm. You can type there, you can tell me, so I will put it down on the slide, okay?
Career development.
Okay, career development.
Yola says professional internship abroad.
Okay. A bit professional. Okay, I think professional is under the frame of internship and career development, and then abroad. Any more? I mean,
Abroad, right?
oh yeah, sorry.
Salary paid.
Salary, okay.
Exposure. Exposure. Talent exposure.
Cross-cultural work environment.
Cross culture.
Leadership development.
Okay.
You.
I guess more or less here. So I put it into different branch already. If you can see, I mean, if you cannot see, then imagine there's a line. Okay. But then you can see here, like these are mostly the keywords that we have when we think about when we think about global talents, right? And why we have this exercise is because when I will give you guys some time later to work on your pastel. I mean, not a lot of time, just trial and trying to do a bit more research. But then I want to show with you guys here is when why we need to have this keyword is because when I think about it, right, I have 4 keywords. So one is about work, the second one is about internship, the fourth is about abroad, and the fourth one is about employability. So why I need to have this keyword in head is because when I look into pastel, I'm not looking for any random policy about a random government policy in my entity or in my countries. But then I will look into what kind of government policies or political groups that will beneficial or harm towards work, towards internship, towards, I mean, for example, working abroad, or about employability. So anything that regarding to it will affect it. For example, in my situation, between Hong Kong and China, right? Hong Kong and China have the government is good in relationship, but then in political we are very bad. So that's why it affects a lot in terms of people willing to go on working in MOC or not. And that is one of the reasons that we have partnership with Apple and sending EP from Hong Kong and Taiwan to go to MOC, but then we are not continue because of the political issues. So this will be one of the example. Secondly, about economic, okay? What kind of economic trends that is affecting work, affecting internship, affecting going abroad, affecting like employability? For example, in my scenario is we have more trade. Usually the countries that we have more trade, we have more people that can work abroad in those places. For example, we have a lot of trade with MOC, then that's why we have a lot of people working in the cross-border. Or secondly, for example, some countries that they don't have very good employability, so they have very high unemployment rate. For example, in Philippines, when I was there, we can see that there is a trend that we may have more unemployment people coming up, and which it also gives us a chance that maybe these people will looking forward to go abroad to work because they cannot find a right opportunity to work inside of the country. So the third one about social. So what kind of social trend that it will be affect? For example, population growth. The more people that you have, especially with youth population, then it will be easier like to have people to work abroad because the competition is high. Or there will be some lifestyle change. For example, some of the data reports showing that people are tending to find a few more part-time jobs instead of finding one full-time job. So that's why they will have more flexibility in terms of their time management, and they can do more the stuff that they like. Or there will be change of employment type. For example, in Hong Kong, we are less having people that with less permanent jobs, but then they are more with their contract. So which means people will renew their contract or renew their jobs like every 1 or 2 years. And these people who have working experience can be a good potential for go on a long-term duration GT. So this is also some social phenomena that you can also look into. And for example, in technology, any new technology can bring up you some in terms of working, internship, or going abroad. For example, in MOC, remote intern has been something that they're working for a very long time already inside the country, and it's not something new for them because of technology development, and that is one of the good trend in their entity. And then secondly will be also about, for example, what kind of industry, like technological industry is growing that they want more tech talent to go on there. So you can also consider about it. And the next one is about legal. So legal is not about what kind of trade it bring you benefit, but usually legal will be a part that it harms you. For example, what is the law that they have, and what are, for example, minimum wage. Whether the company can provide a minimum wage to people. For example, if you're going to internship in Hong Kong, if the company cannot give you minimum wage, then you will be illegal. Or I have EP who work on GT before and they have great realization. The reason is because the salary state on the opportunity is not include tax. And after including tax, actually his or her salary is very low. It's not enough for her to survive. And that is the reason that it caused to break realization. So legal is also some part that it will affect your operation as well. And last but not least, in terms of environmental, I think it will be more about a trend. I see a lot of opportunity last year opening in AP that they are working on like recycling, waste management opportunity. So this is also some new trend or new kind of profile that we can look into while we have currently haven't tapped into this kind of JD before. So this is some information about how you can see Pesto in a way that can contribute to your oGT. And I strongly suggest you need to do it again, okay? Guys, okay? At the end of the day, it's about how PESTLE affects your work, internship, abroad, and employability. And this is how you're going to do a good Pesto analysis. And the second part, okay, before we move on, any question? If no, I'll go to the next part. And after next part, you can have some working time, okay? So the next part, we talk about competitor analysis. Very familiar, right? You may ask again, just now I talked with you about competitor analysis again, and why I'm going to talk to you about competitor analysis one more time, right? So how does this competitor analysis in market research gonna be different with pricing research? Anyone can tell me about it? This question is interesting.
Okay, so with,
yes, Refik, I heard Refik first. Refik, go.
Okay. So when it comes to pricing analysis, it's all about the kind of services we offer and what kind of value we can provide financially to our stakeholders, to our customers. But when it comes to competitive analysis, we are analyzing the market and we are understanding which organizations, which companies are there which are offering similar services like we do, but or also like what kind of different things they have to offer that is adding value to the whole experience that they are providing to their customers, because those are our target customers as well. And once we do that, then we can also align the services that we offer, the value that we offer through our exchanges to what they require at a much more lesser price. So competitor analysis and pricing analysis goes hand in hand.
Okay, Ken. How about Mark?
I think it's quite similar to Rupert. So in the pricing research, we look more into the like what they provide and what is the what about the price. But like in market research, when we do market quantitative analysis, so what is the customer persona that our competitors are like targeting, and on the other hand, it's more into like value proposition and what is the unique point of that organization. We look into like why and how in the committed analysis, and then in the pricing we look into what they are offering with the price, I think.
Okay, great. Guys, you guys mostly answered the answer very correctly. And I think you explained it already. So if guys, you don't understand me, for example, like Pikachu, I see your face is very lost. So you can listen to me one more time with my slides, then you'll understand. He gonna kill me. I call his name again and again. Because I know that you always daydreaming, Pikachu. Like last co-working space. I know it. Your face tells everything. Shame on you. Okay, but it's fine. So in here, right, we have competitor analysis in two places just now. One is in pricing research and one is in market research. So like what you guys have been mentioned, in pricing research, the point of we doing competitor analysis is evaluating the price performance ratio. Any one of you heard about this before? No. Okay. Okay, cool. So for this, right, it means compare to the product performance and the price, how much it is on a good ratio. For example, if something costs, how to say, for example, there is an iPhone, okay, you know what is iPhone, right? And then if it costs you one of the seller, it is selling you around 100 USD, okay? And one of them selling you 1000 USD. Of course, you're gonna say that the one that who's selling you 100 USD will have a higher price performance ratio because the price is lower, but the value of the product is higher, okay? Vice versa, if they're selling you 1000 or 2000 USD, then you will see, okay, actually the price is high, but then the performance is also high, but compared onto the ratio is not as high as another competitor. So of course, now I'm showing you as a fixed product to measure it, but then when you're looking into our competitor analysis in pricing research just now, the package are different. So the price is also different as well. So the two variables are changing from time to time, and you need to see how does the ratio goes. And even though maybe you, as I said, that we are selling a lower cost product, but it doesn't mean that our value is low in terms of the product. Yeah, as long as if we can provide a quality service, then we're able to provide a high price performance ratio. And the reason that we have competitor analysis in pricing research is we want to find what is the equation between the price and the value of our product and how we can balancing it. Okay, so this is the reason why we have competitor analysis in pricing research. But then if you're looking into price competitor analysis in market research, what is the difference is, in here we want to, like what Rafik was saying is, we try to review our products and service in an overall differentiation with other competitors, okay? So compared to other competitors, how does our whole overall products look like, and it's different from other people? So that's why we'll look into 7 Ps, okay? A lot of you, okay, how many of you heard about 7 Ps before? Okay, your face tell me you are dead, okay?
I've heard about 7S.
No, not 7S, it's totally different things. Totally different. They are different things. But then, how many, okay, because you don't die, okay? How many of you have heard about 4P marketing mix? Don't tell me you don't know this.
I think I know.
I'm not sure about this. I think I heard about it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what is that 4P? This one is easy. So most probably you should know if you are marketing.
People, price, then
Performance?
product. People, price, product, performance.
People, price, performance.
Product.
Phyllis is so proud of us right now.
So it's like guessing game.
Yeah. Any word start with letter P that you know, right? In our Okay, so I'm gonna tell you 4P, okay? So the 4P is price, product, and then promotion, and then place. So this is the old 4P, the very, very old one, okay? Like it happened before I start studying marketing when I was year 1. There's a very, very long history. And then, which is usually what we use for this 4P is we using for products, physical product like iPhone, for example. Then we have product, which is the iPhone. We have the promotion, which means your promotion campaign for the iPhone. We have the price of the iPhone. And last but not least, we have place, which means the distribution channel for the iPhone. Okay, so this is how usually physical product look like. But then along the way, it evolved to 7P. Okay, so we added 3 more P inside of this 4P. The reason is because the 7P is for surface marketing mix. Okay, so then they have 7P. Okay, so with this 7P, I'm going to show you a video, okay, on, yeah, so I'm going to show you a video about this. So let's watch it together. I will turn it on the, yeah, I turn on the, what's that? Like, caption as well. But then what I want you to do is take notes, okay? Because this video is not very simple if you never heard about 4P before, okay? So it takes you some time to understand it. So remember to be focused and trying to, you know.
Hello and welcome to marketing91.com. In this video, we are going to explain the topic on 7 P's of services marketing through the example of Etihad Airways. The 7 P's of services marketing include product, place, price, promotion, people, process, and physical evidence. Let's understand service product. A bundle of features and customer benefits constitutes a service product. According to Philip Kotler, a marketer must consider 5 levels of a service product: core product, basic product, expected product, augmented product, and potential product. The 5 product levels comprise a customer value hierarchy. Price is the means for value exchange between a buyer and a seller. It influences consumer decision making in terms of their purchase of a service. Service element of place can be called distribution. The fundamental goal of service distribution is to ensure services are available and accessible to consumers at the right time and place and with ease and convenience. Service providers and customers engage in service production at a predetermined location. Promotion covers all endeavors of service organizations to enhance the demand for their products in the market. Usually, these efforts include advertising, sales promotion, publicity, direct marketing, and social media marketing. In the service sector, the people element means employees, who are also known as internal customers. They are critical to a firm's success. Physical evidence refers to the environment in which a service is delivered and where the buyer and seller interact, combined with tangible objects that aid service delivery. Because services are intangible, customers look for any tangible cues that can aid their understanding of the nature of the service experience. Process refers to the procedures, mechanisms, and task flows by which a service is delivered. Additionally, it comprises the tasks, schedules, mechanisms, and routines of product or service delivery to a customer. Now let's understand 7 P's of Etihad Airways. Etihad Airways product. Core product. Air travel is Etihad Airways' core product, and the company provisions it using a fleet of 122 aircrafts. Basic product. Etihad Airways offers plus seats and basic in-flight services to passengers. Expected product. Etihad Airways has created a miles earned program called Etihad Guest for its passengers, in addition to offering them services such as online check-in facility, premium lounges, and various in-flight entertainment such as movies and sitcoms. Augmented product. Etihad Airways offers a luxurious cabin called the Residence, which includes a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a private bathroom. The suite is equipped with a 32-inch TV screen, double leather sofa, and butler service. Etihad Airways Place. Etihad Airways combined passenger and cargo operations network covers nearly 600 destinations via 25,200 flights in a week, which is higher than any other Middle Eastern airline. The company is headquartered in Abu Dhabi, and its main operational hub is located in Abu Dhabi International Airport. Etihad Airways operates flights to 15 destinations in India, including 4 in partnership with Jet Airways. Etihad Airways maintains 8 booking offices in India. Etihad Airways price. Ticket prices are determined by the following factors: distance to be traveled, demand for specific destinations during festive seasons, and seat availability. Etihad Airways pricing is classified into 4 bands for different product offerings, such as the Residence, First Class, Business Class, and Economy. Promotion. Etihad engages with their passengers using various promotional tools such as advertising, publicity, events, sponsorships, and sales promotions. Etihad Airways sponsors football, cricket, and motor racing, Grand Prix sporting events, among others. Since May 2009, Etihad Airways has been Manchester City FC's main partner. The club signed a 10-year deal with the airline for £400 million. As part of the deal, the airline sponsors the club stadium, jerseys, and a campus containing the club's new state-of-the-art training ground. Ad campaign Fly Reimagined. Etihad Airways released a 360-degree virtual reality film featuring Nicole Kidman as part of its global Flying Reimagined campaign. The 5-minute film titled Reimagine offers viewers a panoramic look at the airline's luxurious Airbus A380. The Australian actress was appointed brand ambassador of Etihad Airways in 2015. Etihad Airways, people. Etihad Airways' employee count stood at 26,566 across 144 nationalities as of 2015. Staff members at all levels are given access to world-class training facilities, with more than 1,000 employees being trained at any given time. Etihad Airways opened a corporate academy in Abu Dhabi to provide interactive and creative learning opportunities to its employees. Etihad Airways, the United Arab Emirates national airline, was bestowed the Employer of the Year award at the 2014 Middle East HR Excellence Award ceremony. Physical evidence of Etihad includes the interior and exterior of its aircraft and employees' appearances. Etihad Airways' fleet is among the youngest globally. As of 30th April 2016, it comprised 122 passenger and cargo aircrafts. The aircrafts are from the Airbus and Boeing family. The interiors feature comfortable seating areas, good leg space, and up-to-date in-flight entertainment screens. The airline's crew don uniforms created by Italian haute couturier Ettore Bellota at his atelier in Milan. The uniforms are reminiscent of the more contemporary fashions seen on runways in London, New York, Milan, and Tokyo. Made from 100% Italian wool, the uniforms feature an intricate jacquard design. The process includes booking, followed by airline check-in, baggage claim, and so on. Etihad offers web check-in facilities to its passengers. Additionally, guests with internet-enabled mobile devices can use mobile boarding passes. I hope you liked this video on 7 P's of services marketing. Stay tuned for more videos on marketing. Thank you.
I know.
Hello, and
wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Hey, are you guys still here? I hope you're still here. Okay.
Here.
The reason I choose this video is I know Isaac loves travel and you guys cannot travel. So because we cannot travel, right? At least we look at the flight and I think we will feel happier. So that's why I choose this video. But before I move on, I want to ask a question is, any things you feel like, okay, you see they describe the Etihad airline, right? So anything you feel surprised about this airline? I'm sure you guys fly before, right? So compared to the flight that you have been taken, what are the surprise that you found from this airline?
Resident class. I have never heard about resident class. So I know like economic, business, and like special in the movie, but I never heard about resident class. It's like having a flat in while traveling.
+1 to that.
Yes, me too. Anyone thing you feel like special is wow like this. Okay, I need to stop wow. Otherwise you guys gonna laugh at me. Any more about it? Oh, you only remember the resident class. Who's that? I like the voice. What the voice? It's a voice with accent. Because I was guessing is it a Middle East accent just now, but yeah, it's fine. Any more besides accent?
It's an Indian accent.
It's an Indian. You're right. I was thinking about Indian accent, but then you know the flight is a Middle East flight, right?
Yeah. But this channel is Indian.
Okay, yeah. It sounds like you, Rafik. You can next time record a video for Isaac talking about 7P of GT.
Chanceless.
Hey, what the fuck? I'm serious. Okay, any more? No, you don't remember any more. Okay, it's fine. More or less lah. I think they have many good like employee like appearance, like physical evidence. They're working very hard for that. The reason I'm asking you is because to have a summary instead of I telling you what is that. Let's see how much you remember about it, and you guys telling me what are these 7P. So I'll go and type it down. Let's start now. Okay, anyone, you can go first, then like you can, like get with the things that you know, then you can share. Because she is like, I forget everything already. Do you want to go first? At least you hit one. I tell you, take notes. Where's your pen in your book? Yeah, you have a pen and you didn't take notes, right? Yeah, man. Shit, listen to a video and you don't remember anything. Not even one, guys. Do you want to rewatch the video again to listen to Rifik's voice?
Wait. Is it for like Etihad or like for oGT?
No. Generally, what is the not for the flight company? I'm asking about what is the definition of 7P?
Ah,
It's easy, right? Don't scare me out. It's the first part of the video, not the airline. I know you guys love the airline. But yeah. I want to ask what is the first part talking about when people talk about 7P?
People, place, price, product. These are the ones I remember.
Yeah. So these things, right? What does it describe? Or is it better if I give you Isaac, so you tell me what is the 7P of Isaac?
Yeah, that would be better.
Okay, then you can go. Who want to go first? Because that's easy. You are OGV, right? And oGT, right? So you should know a bit. What is our core product?
Leadership.
leadership development.
I don't think it's the main one, right? We are talking about GT, right?
Oh, for GT.
The core product. What is the basic
Professional internships.
professional?
Professional work experience.
Okay, so is it a core product or a basic product?
See, again, this question hurt my soul.
Yeah.
Is this our cool product, Global Talent? Just it's Global Talent.
Okay, I will type it there. The first one, the core product is, which means the basic. Remember, he talked about the flight company, right? The core product is the flight. Yeah. But what is the basic product? The basic product with the flight, the seats that they're selling in the flight. So with Isaac, right? Or the product we are selling right now, what is it?
Exchange standard.
No.
Is this Global Volunteer Global Talent?
Oh, just now you answered.
This is our basic.
Remember, you answered the first answer. What is that? Start with letter P.
Work experience abroad.
Huh?
Professional exchange.
Professional work experience.
Professional working experience.
Expected product.
Cross-cultural environment.
Okay. Any other?
Career development opportunity.
Okay, how about augmented product? Do you know what does it mean?
Not exactly.
Yes, please. Talk.
Augmented means having been made greater in size or value. That means that means premium. What is Isaac premium? That's a hard question. Actually, you guys answered before already. Start with letter L.
A.
Huh?
Or what? So,
Leadership.
Leadership.
leadership development. Is it argumental?
MCPP, what the fuck? Okay.
Isn't it cool product?
Promotion. What kind of promotion we are doing?
So far, we knew that the products were named GV, GT, GE, or GTA, GTE. Now there's core product, basic product. It's confusing.
What is that? Like this? What do you mean? What kind of promotion?
Phileas can't hear you.
What kind of promotion are we doing?
Value proposition.
Digital promotions, on-ground promotions.
Yeah, what kind of campaign are we doing? Ads campaign. If you are MCV marketing, I'm gonna kill you.
With ISAT campaign.
Yeah.
Bye.
With ISAT, join ISAT,
Ah,
plan later ISAT, plan later with ISAT.
Price.
Then there is, with regards to campaigns, there can also be field or background related campaigns.
What? Sorry.
Like for example, if we have technical projects, so we run campaigns based on the background, which is IT or computer science. Similarly, we can run IR based campaigns, like promoting a particular country, things like those. So field based campaigns, background based campaigns, IR based campaigns, all these things are also there.
Any more? If no, price. This one is easy.
Price is different for different entities, right?
What is our pricing strategies for GT? I give you the hints already. SML.
It's like, according to me, it should be enough that let's say after a certain amount of time, after a certain period of time, let's say 3 months or 6 months or even 9 months, the product sustainability goes to at least level 1 and best case scenario level 2.
No, it should be always level 2. No, it's not.
No, like I'm talking from a short term perspective. So after 3 months or 6 months, it goes to level 1, and after 9 months or after a year, it goes to level 2.
Overall as a product, not for only small entity. I mean for ISAC, like GT.
Okay, overall level 2.
No. Pricing strategy.
Oh, okay.
What are you guys
Short
doing?
term, midterm, long term.
Yeah. Okay, finally, someone gets it. Okay, place. What kind of place are we having? Okay. That's easy, this one. It's stated on the video, it's exactly the same.
Remote, semi-remote, and normal.
Place. Okay,
Yeah.
what's the difference between place and physical evidence? It mentioned on the video.
Physical evidence can be work environment, I guess. But see, place is okay. Wait, workplace. Where they work.
Where they work is which one?
Where they work is place.
No, where they work is physical evidence.
Okay, then.
Okay, ask you a question, right? If I'm selling you a Coca-Cola, what will be the place of Coca-Cola?
Shop.
Shop and
Restaurant.
restaurant.
Yeah.
Right. Now, so I will ask you.
Okay, universities.
Yes.
University.
Oh my God!
University, and it can also be corporates as well. Corporates and startups.
No, not your working place.
No.
It's not your.
No. So the place where we're selling the product, right?
Yeah, the place you're selling internship. Where?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like even small scale startups can be like our targets. If you look at it, like this is a very radical approach. It is very risky, but at the same time, it can give us sure shot exchanges as well. Because let's say if there's a startup which is aiming at developing their membership, developing their employees' skills and everything, and we tell them that just make them sign NDA or just make them sign an agreement with their startup.
But then any more other major like you have some common, right? Everyone have it, right?
Elias is like, okay, I got it.
what I mean, there's something like common that everyone is using it, and it stayed on the video in the first part of
It's-
it. You want to watch it again? What the fuck? Did you guys watch it?
We did.
So what?
Social media.
So for example, right, like the airline, they have like Manchester, and then they have like, you know, sponsor, and then they have like T-shirt, like jersey, you know. So for Isaac, what do we have?
Partner. Partner.
What do you guys doing at Structure right now with where? Where are you selling your product right now, guys?
Social media, digital platform, social media.
And
Oh, I told you, social media.
I want to cry.
I think.
I should just let me to deliver this part so I can take some. Okay.
Landing pages.
Yes. Any more? Best, the strength of India. What-
Events.
Yes. Any more? Start with letter S. They have something which is, I think, the best in AP or the best in one of the best in the world.
Starts with S.
Toot toot
Short-term GT.
toot marketing. S toot marketing.
Social media marketing.
No, it's social
No.
media already.
Oh, wait.
School promotion market.
No, it's university.
Email marketing.
Huh?
Email marketing.
Now you start with E. Yes, but can.
What is it that starts with S that is in AP? Sri Lanka.
No. No. Are you going to go see
Okay.
people? Hey, you are from India, right? You should know it, right? Like your MCPP has been telling me again and again, like indeed.
Which country?
India. You guys have something that's very good. S marketing, something like that. That's simple. I give you the hints already. What is letter?
I know that I know this, but I'm not able to remember what exactly it is.
School?
I
Is
would-
it school?
No. SEO marketing.
To what? To.
Oh my God!
Oh.
Yes. I did this also. I was on the NST.
You're just trying to guys.
Ah. Okay. Yes. Yo.
Did this for
Don't do,
6
don't do.
months.
Our Anthony didn't do. That's why we don't know. It's fine.
I did this for 6 months for Isaac in India. I forgot.
Yeah,
Yeah, revenge.
I'm gonna tell your MCPP about it. What the fuck? Okay. People.
Okay, we can see
Yo.
now.
University students.
Oh, this is internal, right? Or
Yeah,
all the people?
yes, people. For example,
Youth.
right? When you look into, you know, the
Iseker.
yeah, I mean you have Isaac, but then what are the things you provide for people? Remember when they talk about the airline, they talk about like training facilities, like all those stuff, right? So what do you?
Okay. Information seminars or information events.
Yeah, and then
Info events, then calls.
no, it's not what they do. It's what you do for the members.
Ah,
That one start with letter T.
Team standard.
Yes.
Wait, I thought this is for the customers what we do.
Yeah. No.
It's
Like
internal.
right. So internal. That
Is
means
it a process?
Okay, internal, then
one more start with letter T.
T. Training.
Okay, can be, but then
Transition.
team meetings.
team meeting is on the team standard. Bye.
Okay, yeah.
Something that your TM always talk about land.
TM process.
Huh?
Get, develop, keep, and report.
Yeah, TM process. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's true.
Process.
Education cycle.
Calls, seminar, surveys.
Oh, process.
What is that? What kind of process do we have?
Lead nurture.
Can we anymore?
Call centers.
Okay, that is just part of it. What process we have for products?
Customer flow.
Customer journey.
Customer journey mapping, customer flow implementation. Okay.
CRM.
The minimum of the minimum that you can have.
SOP.
Yes, SOP. Cannot. I need to tell Xiaomei. Cannot stand it. Like, I'm not sure. Are you guys proud? Okay. Anyway, that's
I'm really proud of us.
Yeah, I will be proud of you if you remember everything. No evidence. God,
Testimonial.
MOU. Contract.
Physical evidence means the physical touch point you get for your service. Or the physical touch point that they use the product. When your EP is using the product,
Brand advertising.
they use the product or not they talk. When will they use your product? You guys are running.
Isaac.org. Isaac.org.
Isaac.
Or
Isaac.org.
But then
Landing page.
landing page is the page is the place already, right? So anymore, like, they use the product. What is the customer flow, guys?
Attraction. Consideration.
Flow.
experience.
Experience. They realize. So what is the physical evidence they have when they realize?
Three. Realization.
Experience period.
IVT.
Start with letter W, letter A.
YOP? No, YOP is done. EXPA.
No.
It's for Isaac.
W and A.
Okay, physical evidence. This is for our EPs, right? Our customers.
When they use your service, what are the physical evidence that they have?
Customized landing pages.
When they use your product, it's not when they come and see your product.
Okay. The Isaac Experience app.
Can anymore?
Working hour.
Accommodation. Workplace accommodation.
Yes.
Accommodation.
Yeah. Money, salary.
Money.
I think, okay, depends on you. You put some more by yourself, okay? Okay. So now you understand 7P, right? But the main point is actually I didn't expect you guys to do that long, and but it's fine. But I have the next question asking you: how many of you guys remember SAFE? We have taught in APOP by me. What is SAFE? Did you guys attend the summit?
Yes.
I only know except Bika is not here because she's in June. Other than that, I think most of people have been there.
Oh,
Wait, I attended GT space, so it was not in GT space, right?
GT space, marketing, and oGT are together.
yeah. Marketing and
Ah.
GT. I remember the moment, but I don't remember the content.
Exactly.
Then why you are attending conference? You just forget everything you learn. Okay, save, right? Okay, what I can do is I give you 1 minute to go Google. You just type there and then you will know what is that. Google nowadays.
Solution assess value education. Is it?
Yeah, so what is that? Anyone can explain? The answer is in Google already, okay? Don't tell me you don't know it. How you guys going to do internal, like, other analysis? This one is basic. I thought it's easy.
Wait.
In here, it is like related to 4Ps. Solution is for product, and value is for price, and asset is for place, and education for promotion.
Mm.
So,
why?
I don't know. I just saw it here.
Okay. I will just explain you guys once. Okay, please listen it. Otherwise, I'm gonna kill you. And I'm gonna tell Nee tonight about that. You guys forget everything, okay? Especially in marketing, she's gonna kill you, okay? So 4P, right? So what is 4P is actually, that is a new way how we're going to look into 4P in a different way as safe. The reason is because currently our customer behavior is changing, and the way that we how to manage our product is also changing as well. Used to we have like product, we spend a lot of time to improve the feature, we improve the function on the apps, like all those stuff. But at the end of the day, you will still see some company, you know, they will go from the market and some will still stay there. For example, I'm sure when you were younger, you used Nokia before, right? You know what is Nokia, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, the guy's too young. Yeman, do you know it?
What?
Nokia, do you know what is Nokia?
Oh, yeah. Sure. We know.
Oh, right. Actually, Nokia did improve along the way, but what is the reason that why it disappeared in the market and now you know, like you only use iPhone? It's because iPhone is providing the solution that people really need. But rather than Nokia, even though they improve the feature or function, at the end of the day, it's not what the customer needs, and that is the reason that why they has been gone from the market. Okay, so it's very important. First of all, is understand whether you are differentiating your product by providing the specific needs of your customer rather than only solely improving on the feature and the function itself. Secondly, about the place, okay? A lot of time in the old time, we will talk about channels. What are the channels that we're going to promote it? What are the locations that we have? For example, supermarket, school, like have a booth, like all those stuff, you know, you managing those things alone. But now it's not only about where is the point that we showing up, but then it's more about the purchase journey, which means we spend a lot of time in last co-working space talking about customer journey mapping, right? And actually, it's very important because rather than we looking into what touch point, what channel we approaching them, but we also look on how does the whole experience it look like. And the most important thing is, especially if you are OGX or marketing, we need to look into how we can develop an integrated cross-channel presence, which means people are seeing you from like TVs, from like phones, from laptops, from school booths, like in the classroom, whatever. But then how we integrate the channel to increase our presence is more important, because that is the journey on how contributing them to purchase a product. Because we are not direct selling right now, but we are rather than educating the customer to come to us as a like current customer behavior, right? So that's why access is very important. And for the part about like integrated cross-channel presence, we will talk about it in next week when we have attraction co-working space, okay? But I'm not talking about here, okay? So we will have working time again in next week, but not only with new entity, but with most of the entity. The next one is about price to values. So before we mostly managing what our competitors, whether our price is able to like compete with others, whether what is the cost of the production and what kind of profit margin we want to have. For example, I want to earn 50% on the product. So maybe it's original $100 then I will sell it 150. But then now we are looking into how we can increase the value of the product to make it to suitable with the customer needs and make their business more effectiveness. So at the end of the day, that's why we can charge a full range price of it. It doesn't mean that my cost of producing the product is $100, so I charge them 150. But then if produced by $100, at the end of the day, if the product is good enough to sell at $1,000, I can still earn it 10 times because of the value, but not about how much we are producing by the cost. Okay. Last but not least, about promotion to education. So back into the old time, we always talk about like come exchange, we have SDGs, products, all those stuff. But then now we change it into the way that on educating the customer based on what kind of relevant information they need in each point. So we're not trying to overload our customer with all of the information, but then we're trying to look into the customer journey and think about what kind of activities and what kind of information they should be receiving. And that is the reason why we are talking about customer journey mapping in last week or last 2 weeks, I don't remember. And also we're going to look into attraction customer journey regarding to the lead nurturing. Okay, that is how we educate our customer as well. So I hope you guys are clear with the SAFE, right? This time you understand it, right? If you still forget it, don't call me, okay? I'm not going to do one-to-one with you, okay? Or I'm not going to do group call with you, okay? Yeah, so this is my bottom line. So at the end of the day, to let you understand, this is the 7 P's that we have. And we actually, besides when we analyzing our product, what is our strength and weaknesses, we put it into these 7 categories. And additionally, we involve like SAFE into the framework itself. So that's why actually you can see I have used the 3 frameworks together to analyze my product. And yeah, so to let you to see, okay, I don't have much time, so I will go through it slightly faster. So you can also take into consideration of other like keywords that you have on other trends that I'm not bounding you. But then, for example, you can look into some employability, duration, employability, like how often people changing job, how often people want to go working abroad. Like you may also find some report like this as well. And to recap, the framework I have been using is I use the SWOT, I use the 7P, and I use the SAFE in analyzing my product strength and weaknesses. And I'm using Pesto to analyzing my opportunity and threats for my product as well. So now I will give you guys 10 minutes time to try to working on it. So where you can find it is go back to the spreadsheet, then you can see external macro. So there will be free part of it. So I will give you guys some individual working time. So what I want you to do is with Pesto, go and like search some like links, like whatever report that you can see, and then you put the link there, and then you type down what are the opportunity and threats, okay? So that to do your research. And for the product itself, I know you doesn't have a lot of time, but then I want you to think about in your market, because remember just now we were talking about generally, how does it look like, right? But I want you to look into what is the strength and weaknesses of Isaac and 2 of your other competitors in terms of the 7P or SAFE, okay? And then you type down what are each one's strengths and weaknesses, okay? So I will give you 10 minutes time to try to working on that. I'm not expecting you to finish it, but I do expect you to really try it. And if you have any questions, then you can ask me now, okay? So then afterward, I will go to the next part. Is it cool for everyone? Okay. So let's have 10 minutes time.
Phileas?
Yes.
You can.
So for political, for example, we go to like we go to Google and search for the political scenario right now that is in Nepal, and accordingly we put the link, right?
Yes. It's just a
Okay,
trial. I just want you guys to understand and see how to do it. Because at the end of the day, I'm sure one thing is you're not going to do it by yourself. Especially 4 of you, out of 4 of you, 3 of you are international MC. So I think it should be an activity you're going to do with LC together. But in order to facilitate your LC to do it, you need to know it first. So then you know how to ask, like facilitate the conversation with your LC. So yeah, so that's why I give you some time to try on it first. Amazing, guys. Welcome back. We have been working some time already, but it's fine. I just want to know, how do you feel about it? Anything you want to ask? Anyone have any question you are not answered?
Yes, some question.
Yes, you can ask.
So like for this like reading the link and like putting about opportunity, like is there like any suggestion like for us like how to start? Honestly, currently like what I'm personally currently doing is going to the like Google and then like reading and stuff, and then I try to come up with like some like opportunity, like some insight. But what I can see is like I'm not very clear like how to put it like to the category into like pastel. Something like it can be like social, like sometimes like it's like more into like legal, like based on like how we perceive that information.
I think it
So
depends. How do you think it brings you opportunity and threat? You can categorize it by yourself. Like I don't have a definite answer to tell you how to categorize it. As long as it can be an opportunity that you can use on that area, or it can be a threat that you need to avoid on that area, then I think it's all right.
So like categorization is not about the new, like even though it's the new, it's about like technology stuff. Like if it is like have an opportunity in terms of economic, like it's the opportunity like the for economic, right?
Yeah, like maybe you can tell us what do you mean?
Currently like it's just like how can I say example, what I'm currently seeing, like I'm looking for like more about technology and information, but like what we can find more is like even though it's about technology, like the opportunity is not like coming from like how can I say technological perspective. It can be like somehow more about like economic, like social or like legal stuff. Yeah.
So what kind of opportunity it brings you? A social opportunity or a legal opportunity, or what?
If this is something like I'm stay like confusing, like we see like
I don't have a definite answer for it, but depends how you're going to interpret it. You know what I mean? So you need to make a decision for yourself on like how you're going to use it, because at the end of the day, is you are the one who's going to use it. You are the one who's going to use this information to give yourself opportunity or give yourself like some hints on what are things you need to avoid, right? So I think at the end of the day, it's about how yourself using it.
Got it.
Okay. Any more other questions? Okay, so I think like a lot of you haven't done, but I can try to show you some of the examples that my team and I has been working when we trying to understand the context. So for example, we can see like political, like in the region, like we actually, the good thing is the strength is we have like strong sub-regional alliance. We have like SAARC, ASEAN, or APEC. And actually, but then like the relationship between MOC and USA can be applying the whole supply chain looking like. And also there's a security issue, so on and so forth, and there's political tension. And also, for example, in terms of economic, we can see that Asia Pacific is like growing massively, and we become the second largest region in the market. I mean, of course, it's not going to apply to you because you are not analyzing in a regional perspective, but you need to analyze it based on your own country perspective, right? So that's why I think that is something that you can look into on it. For example, when I looking into research about the how to say about the market in Hong Kong, we can see that flexible recruitment trend is happening because mostly we are using contract or part-time, or actually we can also see more youth that are looking for part-time job rather than like finding a full-time job as well. But at the same time, it will have some threat in terms of people may have less income compared before, because part-time job usually have less income compared to a full-time job. That's so guaranteed. And also, for example, Gen Z are We have more Gen Z coming up, and in terms of technology, we can see there's a e-commerce industry will be growing rapidly, so it can give us more opportunity that inside of e-commerce. And when we do racing with oGT, then we can look into these. So these are some of the things that we have been looking for. And also our external context, we also do some research in terms of how does it affecting our customer in terms of trend. For example, we have more generations that is coming, and people mostly are using social media, but they don't think social media is a thing to weaken their relationship with people, because the way that how they perceive social media is a way to building connection through social media, but very different from my generation, as in using mobile phone will weaken your connection with others. So these are also some of the things that we need to see on, like how our digital ecosystem can really provide a platform for people to communicate and build a relationship, rather than just only direct promoting it. Or people are more looking into like brand of a organization, and not only about the product. So branding is more important in terms of the whole global alignment, and also like how we branding GT to be more professional and serving better services. And also these are the industry will be growing, so we can see we can raise more opportunity there, and chemical engineering can be some of the things that we can look into, especially with healthcare. So these are with the like other stuff. So you can see actually there's a lot of things you can do. Like this part will be mostly about customer behavior trend. This part will be about how macro environment pastel is affecting us. And of course, we haven't analyzed into 7P as well, because we don't have time. We just only briefly go through it. But then I would suggest you guys can look into that. Yeah. So any questions, guys? Here, I hope it gives you some more example on how it do. Okay. Is it good, everyone? So if yes, then I'll go to the next part. Reflect, are you going to leave very soon?
Not now. Like I have my call starting at 4:30. It's only 2:30 now. I have to.
Okay. Scare me out. Okay, cool. So then now we're going into, okay, because I'm trying to be very rushed. So we're going to the second part of market research. So we're going to talk about external micro environment, so which means it's customer insight. So this part is easy because when we're looking into micro external, it's not as easy to implement, but then it's something that you guys are very familiar, because there's only, I don't know why there's 5 things from me, but then she only put 4. But yeah, you see there, okay? So there will be 4 major things. So first of all is defining your buyer persona, who they are, what are the customer segment we have. Secondly, we have the target segment that we're going to look into, and then we're going to do research with them. And last but not least, we're going to summarize our insight. So to have it, I'm sure you guys have been working on your assumption building your persona assumption already, from what I checked. So based on my check this morning, so this is how, this is how does it look like, okay? So I only know Cambodia is working on 1 duration and 1 field only. So they completed already. And the next one is, I see Nepal finish 1, but then you actually have 6 persona that you're going to work on that. And then for the remaining people, for Yola, and also Yola is half done, have 1, but then I don't know which field you're going to look into. And Pika is 2/3 of 1 persona. Okay, I also don't know how much you can do. So in the coming time, I'm not asking you to build your persona right now, but then because I also think that it doesn't really make sense, as in you guys mostly are international MC, so I think you need your LC a lot in terms of building it. So one of my call to action is try to finish it with your LC, okay, as soon as possible, because you're going to do research and interview. So as long as you delay it, it's gonna be even worse. So you, for the spreadsheet, right, I'm open to share with everyone. So you can just send the same link to the LC, having co-working space, doing with them together, and consolidate together. So then you can move forward for it. So one of the things I want to remind in here is when you look into the persona, yes, last time we talked about how we align S&D, how we are aligning customer experience, and how we understanding the pain and the gain, and also empathy mapping of the customer. But then to let you understand as a marketing perspective, it also gives you some kind of information that are very important. For example, we have demographic, okay? So in the demographic, these are mostly the information we can find based on our research, secondary research. And then of course, IR partner is more about like their preference. Maybe you have 5 IR partners, then you're trying to understand these type of people, what kind of IR partner they want to go for. And of course, whether the IR partner is providing opportunity like this as well. So you need to look into that. And then we also have value proposition inside of here. And then we have customer journey, like how people feel about the customer journey, what the pain that they have been going through in the customer journey, and what are the obstacles for them to leave the funnel, right? So to join GT, I don't care, yeah, man. So, and then there's also customer behavior as well as life pain and like goal and pain and also empathy mapping as well. So we have been mostly have all the things, but what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to go to the spreadsheet about evaluation. I want you guys have your persona, right? So it's here. If you don't remember it, just go find yours. Okay. Yeah, India has been here for quite some while. IGT India. I think he's also looking for what kind of EP that we have from oGT as well. So what I want you guys to do is go to the evaluation part. No, not evaluation, sorry, call to action. So I'm sure you can see there's pastel, and there's persona. Okay, I will go through the funnel as well, so you guys can do it in one shot. So what I want you guys to feel what are the missing information and what the call to action you have. So the last thing about the, oh fuck, okay, no, like don't go to there. Okay, the segment is very quick. Okay, Ken. So let's fill in persona first, okay, and pastel, guys. So because we'll have some time to talk with you about the target segment is gonna be a bit heavy as well as the internal analysis. Okay, so I will give you guys 6-minute time to work on it first. On this page, is it okay, everyone? Regarding the external macro analysis, so we have been going through to talk about yeah. So here. So and then what's next is about target segment. How many of you heard about target segment before? Okay, do you know when will Yeman coming back?
Actually, I don't know. He said like he will take around 45 minutes.
45, right? So around,
Yeah.
that means 25 minutes later. Okay, it's fine. So I will go through the easiest part first. When, oh my god, this one. Okay, Ken. It's fine. Let's see how I will go. So what I want you guys to do is, I will go to the last part about the market research first, which means the internal micro analysis. So I think you guys were very clear about funnel analysis, right? I guess.
So funnel analysis is like marketing sales funnel, just like that. No? So funnel analysis is like a marketing sales funnel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So yeah. You're looking into like conversion rates, like IR distribution, like all those stuff. So when you analyzing the funnel itself, I know you don't have a lot of EP to analyze it, honestly, because it also doesn't make sense because you only maybe have like 3 or 5 EP before, and like who knows about what kind of conversion, right? So, but then what I would suggest you to look into is about, instead of only looking into conversion rate, what are the usual problems that we have in customer journey? Because conversion rate, it relies on your S&D a lot, but before you don't have S&D, because they just apply by themselves, right? And they just go normally, right? I mean, without any support, right? So that's why we are not able to say whether the conversion rate is good or not is because of us, because people are just applying by themselves. But then what you can do is also can see what are the challenges that UEP usually facing when they are inside of the customer journey. So I want to talk about this part will be about here. I'm sure you guys see, oh, okay, too many animation. I'm sure you guys see this funnel before, right? You know what is this, right? Okay, let Pika explain about it.
Okay, so it's basically it's a custom flow, which is like starting from the signups to complete. So sign, get, apply. So these are the things that like, so uh if someone getting signed up, so we are doing like leads, and also and we have like converted to the applies and accepted, and after that approve. So yeah, basically these are the conversion also, and which we can like check it on the final analysis.
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that's true. So in the funnel itself, we have people leaking out inside the funnel, so that's why it's getting narrower and narrower, right? But then what I want to mention here is there's three types of people inside of our funnel. One is lead, okay, which means people from sign up to approve, but then they never pay. So that's why they never pick our customer and they leak out before approval. So for example, people sign up are not converting to apply, people apply that but they're being rejected and they leave, or they just like just don't go to interview, or people get acceptance but then they withdraw from the opportunity itself. So these are the people who are lead, which means they have intention about the product but at the end of the day they didn't buy the product. And the second type of people, it will be about a customer, which means they have paid already, so from approved to complete. Okay, so then like if you look into here, you will be able to see these customers also have chance to leak out. For example, after approved, they have break approval. Some people have break a realization, or some people just not filling the standard service, so they are not really complete. So this is the second type of people inside the funnel. And the last one is not inside of the funnel, maybe attraction funnel with marketing. So we have people who are strangers. That means they never see us before, or they are visitors, they see us before, but they never sign up. So everyone before they sign up, right? This is the third types of people in here. So what I want you guys to do is I will give you guys some time to discuss what kind of information should ask for different profile. Like you will ask, okay, among these three profile, what are the information, what are the things you will ask them? All of them are the same. What are things you will ask them separately? And you have different focus for different types of people. So yeah, so I will give you guys some, because originally it should be a breakout room, but then like we only have 2 people, so I will just give you guys some time, like then you can discuss together, I guess. Is it okay? So what I want you to put the output is in here. So you can go to micro internal. Yeah, and then you two are in the same group. So just neglect these two groups. Okay. So I want you to think about what are things you will commonly strangers or lead and what are things you will ask specifically. So that's why it will help you to understand the later time when I do customer interview, like how to define it.
Yeah, so I will. So the thing is that so for the strangers, for commonly asking really their profile and also their profile things that like which what kind of backgrounds, what is their age validation, or also their university, yeah, things like that, because they are the strangers and don't know anything about it. So when we're doing some kind of survey, so we need to know about their profile and also the expectation, like how do they like hear where do they hear us, and then what are their expectations toward this internship programs. And yeah, so for the strangers specifically, asking will be their financial conditions, so like how much can they spend, and also how much income they are having, and also their country preference if they are having this kind of internship program, like what kind of country they want to go, and also their timeline availability, like so when will be their semester break, so what is their timeline availability. So for the leads, so because they have already signed up and they are like thinking to go on. So that things we need to ask is like commonly asking will be like what kind of fields they are interested in, and also and why what are the reasons that if they are not continuing, like what are the reasons that they have withdraw, or what the reason they got rejected, like or the reason they are not continuing the journey. And also specifically asking will be their like parents permissions, and also the fields or the workplace, like what kind of feel what kind of like working environment they want. Yeah. So for the customer, commonly asking will be the preparations, yeah, like because they have already approved and they are preparing for exchange. So the things will be like preparations, whether like they have prepared visas or documents or yeah, things like that. And also they are that we might be asking their customer experience once they have gone exchange. Like we might ask their like customer experience whether it is okay, like whether it is the TN is like fulfilling the partnership standards or not. And also for the specifically asking will be the standard audit, whether they have failed the exchange standard surveys. And also we might be like taking the feedbacks, like whether this uh, internship program is really like affecting their life or something like that. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. So maybe I can give you some feedbacks on that. So first of all, I think let's go with something that we can ask separately, then we will know what I think we can ask commonly. So I think I don't have a full list of it, honestly, but just based on my experience or like things in my head, like these are something coming to my mind and I think can try on it. I think the first one you have it already. Oh, shit. The first one you have it already regarding to the customer experience. I heard about you talk about it. But I think in deeper, you can also look into, I think you do your qualitative analysis before, right? So you call like the promoter, you call the passive, you call the detractor to understand how does their experience after they finish the ICE experience, right? So I think you can be more specified when you interviewing regarding the customer experience. Look into the NPS first to see which of them are, and you understand why they are promoted. What are things is happening really well, and that's why they will promote you. And what are things that it was like fair and it doesn't make very special things on the people who are passive. Maybe they have it, but just our member doesn't know how to coach it. I mean, to debrief it, or maybe actually for the passive, they are like they don't have much expectation. Or actually they actually face some issue with the IR partner, but at the end of the day it solves it. So that's why they are passive, but then they are not promoted because you still have some issue occur in the beginning, right? And last but not least is detractor. So understand what makes people detract. Maybe because of IR partner, maybe because of service, maybe our member didn't contact the EP, for example. So this maybe help you to understand in terms of the customer experience, what makes it good or what makes it bad. Yeah. So the second thing will be about value proposition. Because that person have purchased and used the product already. So after they're using it, they will understand what is the value of your product, especially if they are promoter. So they will tell you, oh, like because of these, like it provides me values. So you can adjust your value proposition according to what their explanation is. Because you cannot ask lead, which they never use iPhone, and you ask them what is the value proposition of iPhone. Or you ask someone that who never know about iPhone before and you ask about what's the value proposition of iPhone, right? At the end of the day, you can only know it when you use iPhone by yourself. So that's why you can ask the people who are customer, who especially who realize and finish and complete already. You can ask them about what are the value proposition of this this process. And the next one is about, I think a very good point you add into is the preparation and the exchange standard audit. I think that is really good because that's about our alignment. I see you put it there already. And additionally, you can look into, besides the standard they're providing, any more experience they feel good or feel bad regarding to the code delivery. Because for example, supposingly, I mean the maybe someone picked her up from the airport, so she still received airport pickup, but it's late. Like it's late for 3 hours, for example. So then, which means the code delivery was not doing well, right? And last but not least, if there's people who break approve, break realize, or didn't fill the standard survey, ask them why they are dropping out. I think for the whole thing about dropping out, that is something that you can commonly ask within all of the within all of the people, as long as they drop out. Like as long as they are not complete, you can still ask them this question. So secondly, I think for the lead itself, it's good that you ask them why they drop out. And also, I think you can ask a bit more specific, as in, yeah, I think mostly you ask them what they drop out, then it's good already for the specific. And for strangers, I think one thing that you can ask strangers is you can ask them two things. So one is about perception, and the second one is about message alignment. So how does it work is, for example, when they hear about global talent, what are the things that they perceive? Or when it's heard about Isaac, what are the things that they perceive? Because they never like engage with our members in terms of like the customer flow. They never engage with, they never experienced our product before. But then you can ask them like, what are the perception they have towards us? And secondly, it will be about message alignment. So you can also look into when you do interview, you can ask them, okay, so when we have this type of promotion, how do you think about it? And like, what are the things that you understand from our promotion? Then you maybe know that, okay, maybe actually the way that we do marketing is not really properly communicated, and people actually don't understand what are you trying to marketing about. So these are the things you can also take into consideration. And the last one, which is both, I think, okay, sorry, I typed it down before I forget. So I think for the for the preparation and visa, it will be below. But then in here, you can ask them more details for everyone. Is first of all, because they attracted to come to sign up, right? At least for lead. So ask them what are the things that attract their eyeballs, like what makes them pay attention and have an interest to come. Because most probably, generally people have the same as well. And sometimes people who come to sign up doesn't mean that people want to deliver leadership. Maybe at the end of the day, they develop leadership along the way, but it's not the selling point in the first touch point when you're trying to promote to them about exchange. So that's why this will be the first thing. And then second, also look into all of the activities before approval, because after approval, it will be about IR alignment. So before approval, how was the whole experience look like? What went well and what can be better? So that's why they can manage themselves better. Yeah. So I think generally this is like what I observe. Yeah. But I think generally it's good. You have most of the things. Yeah. And I think what you can ask them what are the field that they are interested, but then also looking into yeah, what they like. This may be something that you can ask in survey or something like that, but not really in interview. Okay. So any question, guys, girls? I hope you're still alive. Amazing. When will Yeman come back? Is that annoying dude?
Wait, I don't actually know. Yeah.
Okay. So what I will switch a bit, the thing is I will, that's very annoying. Okay, it's fine. I will let you guys to watch a video first. So you can take notes about like how do you think about it. And then we will talk about the segment and also the implementation of the research. Is it okay? No, I will play the...
Sorry, which video?
I will play it on my laptop. Wait me a second. Let me. Sorry, I it's live. Wait me a second. It's like flooding. Where is that? Okay, here.
Why do we buy certain products or choose certain brands? This is the sort of question advertisers have always asked, and there are no easy answers. However, there is a handy tool that helps companies explore this and similar questions, and it's called the focus group. Until the 1940s, market research was often quantitative, using things like sales figures and customer polls to track consumption. But this changed during World War II. sociologists Robert Merton and Paul Lazarsfeld set out to learn how unprecedented exposure to wartime propaganda was affecting the public. Instead of polling large numbers of people with straightforward questions and quantifiable answers, the researchers conducted in-person interviews, sometimes with small groups, engaging them in more open discussions. Later, this method was picked up by the advertising industry with the help of consultants like Austrian-born psychologist Ernest Dichter, who first coined the term focus group. This new technique was a type of qualitative research focused on the nature of people's preferences and thoughts. It couldn't tell marketers what percentage of people buy a certain product or brand, but it could tell them more about the people who do, their reasoning for doing so, and even the unconscious motivations behind those reasons. Rather than providing definite conclusions for business and sales, focus groups would be used for exploratory research, generating new ideas for products and marketing based on deeper understanding of consumer habits. For example, early focus groups found that contrary to popular opinion at the time, wives often had more influence than their husbands when choosing which car to buy. So Chrysler shifted gears by marketing cars directly to women. And Dr. Dichter himself conducted focus groups for Mattel to learn what girls wanted in a doll. The result was the original Barbie doll. So how does a focus group work? First, companies recruit between 6 and 10 participants according to specific criteria that meet their research objectives. They could be mothers of children between 5 and 7, or teenagers planning to buy a new phone in the next 3 months. This is often done through professional recruiters who manage lists of people who've agreed to participate in focus groups for payment or other rewards. During a session, participants are asked to respond to various prompts from the group moderator, like sharing their opinions on a certain product or their emotional reactions to an advertisement. They may even be asked to do seemingly unrelated tasks, like imagining brands as animals in a zoo. The idea is that this can reveal useful information about the participants' feelings that traditional questions might not get to. Beyond these basics, many variations are possible. A focus group may have 2 or more moderators, perhaps taking opposite sides on a question. Or a researcher might be hidden in the focus group, unknown to other participants, to see how their answers can be influenced. And the whole process may also be observed by researchers through a one-way mirror. But although they can provide valuable insight, focus groups do have their limitations, and one of the main ones is that the simple act of observing something can change it. This principle is called observer interference. The answers participants give are likely to be affected by the presence of the researchers, social pressure from the rest of the group, or simply knowing that they're taking part in a focus group. And because researchers often use a small sample size in a specific setting, it's hard to generalize their results. The findings that researchers do reach from focus groups are often tested through experiments and data gathering. Those put numbers on questions like how many potential customers there are and what price they'd be willing to pay. This part of the process changes as technology evolves. But focus groups have remained largely the same for decades. Perhaps when it comes to the big important questions, there's no substitute for people genuinely interacting with each other.
Amazing, guys. Wait a second. So, oh, amazing. Watching the video already, right? So I want to ask you guys a question. What are the differences between okay, wait. The question should be like this. You guys heard about interview and in-depth interview and also survey, right?
Yeah.
So what is the difference between focus group? Okay, did you hear about focus group before?
Yeah, I have.
Actually, no. Actually, no. This is my first time.
I know, we never teach it as well. When I was in Myanmar, I know it. But I think Yola, you heard about it, right? When you are in Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. So I want to ask you a question. I want you guys to after you listening to the concept about focus group and you know about in-depth interview and survey before, I want you guys to tell me what is the difference between these three methodology.
So for focus group is like in video. So we conduct several people to discuss about one thing, and from there you can get the conclusions and about about the key learning about what they discuss about in focus group discussion. So it's not so like it's an efficient way to how to say it, like to get some information without we interview people one by one. So focus group discussions like collecting the informations into one conclusion. I'm not sure about in-depth interview. It's like one-on-one search like that. Yeah. So like for interview, it's more. I think it's like more intense. It's more personally by interviewer and the interviewee. So it's like we getting informations about the interviewee. Yeah, it's like a general it's like a very specific information to the people that we interview.
Okay. Cool. Amazing. So the last one survey. Maybe because you can answer about it, I see you're laughing.
No, I mean, so I'm just waiting, Yola. So, so there is different opinion for me too. Like, what I see in focus group is like, so there are different ways to know how like people are thinking about a product. So the thing is that in the focus groups that if when you're doing an interview, like when you're doing the survey, there is an interference of the interviewer. So in the focus group, like the interviewers, like maybe they're discussing about one group, but there is no interference. So their thoughts, their opinions are really variable, and also they are the authentic way. Yeah. So that like we can exactly know what our customers are really thinking. And in the deep in depth in the interviewing, so it is different from the surveying because we are already asking them these kind of questions that to the customer. So this is very specific information, as Yula said. Yeah. It is specific, and also there is specific questions, and we are talking like personally. So it is more basics and it is more like specific. But in the surveys, like the thing is that it is too general because we cannot see it, like we cannot see that what people are really like the survey like really feeling, or maybe these can be their real authentic feelings, or this cannot be because we can never know that. So it is general in terms of survey. That's why we're doing when we're doing the surveys, things like having filled the data. We're doing a lot of things so that like we can get a lot of information and we can have it together. So this is what my personally thought. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So can you guys tell me when is the time you're going to use focus group? When is the time you're going to use interview, and when is the time you're going to use survey?
Sorry, yes, I missed your. What did you say?
So just now we have talked about focus group, we have talked about in-depth interview and survey, right? Can you tell me in what scenario you're going to use focus group, when you're going to use survey, and when you're going to use in-depth interview? So the objective of having it.
I'm not sure like this can answer your question, but in my opinion, what I think is that imagine that you are studying your organization, you're studying your business, and you are about to launch a product, but you don't know if this product is really suitable for the audience. So in that kind of situation, you should use like the focus group, because you really want to like understand and listen to what other people are really like thinking about this kind of product, this kind of marketing, this market. So I guess in that scenario, like we should use the like focus group. And for in-depth interview, like you have already launched the product, but you don't really knows about what other customers are really pursuing, purchasing, or what are like the thing is that it is there are the steps in the customer journey mapping steps, like what are the like customers and thinkings, or why are they not like really purchasing. So in that kind of situation, like we can use interview. And for the survey, maybe I'm not sure about the scenario, but survey is like mostly we're doing for everything. Like if we want to like have like sure like having research or something like that. So mostly we're doing surveys. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, about survey too. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So any add-on? If no, I'm going to talk a bit about it. So I think more or less you guys has been explaining it quite thoroughly already. The concept is there, just only some of the misconception is there. So I will explain in a more detailed way. But then my slides not a lot, okay? So I only type a few words for it when the last time I talk about. So I agree with you that like in focus group, that is a time that when people discussing together, right? Yes, it is less being influenced by the moderator, and it will be good when you have you want to explore a new market, or you want to explore about whether your product have a market, like your market fit, whether you have it or not. So focus group is a very good way to explore, especially if you don't know where is your direction going to. For example, you now newly starting oGT, you never did it before, you don't know where is the customer, there's sex field being there, like seems you have IT school, you have like you have people study BA and they can go like marketing, BA, or sales, or finance, or even you have people who study engineering as well. So these people can still go, right? But at the end of the day, you don't have a direction on like which are the market that people will want to go. So that like when you're not sure about the market, actually it's a good time to use focus group. The reason is because it's hard for you to ask the questions, but then when more people sitting together, the conversation is not solely between you and that person as in that interview, but then there will be more variety coming up because different minds are coming together and they colleague. So that's why there will be new ideas coming up. But one of the bottlenecks about focus group is, first of all, it's a bit hard to facilitate the conversation. You need to prepare a lot. Like you need to prepare a lot of questions, you need to prepare a lot of scenario. If the questions go in I don't know what way, then how you're going to facilitate the process? Because the conversation is like what you say, is driven by the audience. But then it's also very easy that the audience, they are not your staff, right? So most probably they have a chance that they can drive the conversation to something that outside of what you want. So the facilitation skills is very important. And if you go like when you're going to use focus group, it's very important you need to have people who know how to do facilitation. So secondly, regarding in-depth interview, right? In-depth interview is a bit different and is more focusing on go deeper onto the behavioral change of a person, because it is a one-to-one space. So your audience, I mean the people who you interview, they are easier and being more vulnerable to talk to you about how they think about it. So that's why in-depth interview is a good thing to show about, like, to understand behaviors, understand emotions, understand the thought process, because the thought process will not driven by other people from the group discussion, right? Because in the group discussion, everyone have many different thoughts. So their thoughts may be going with other people, or if, for example, like people like me, I will, like, when I see people talking about these things, I may give I may be talking about the same things, because some of the people like me, I generally, it's very easy to be influenced by other. And when people talk about it, I will have more tendency to agree. So sometimes you may not able to reflect on like how I really think about it. But then in in-depth interview, because it's a one-to-one conversation, so people are easier to explain, and they have more time to explain their thought process on how they come up with this decision. They have more time to describe like how they feel about it. So that's why in-depth interview is a very good one if you want to know about customer behavior, like the life pain, like gain. This gonna be like using interview with this type of information. The last thing about survey is a way to help you to get massive generalized information validation. For example, in our customer persona, right, we have a very large batch of it that, like, for example, when is their holiday, what's the budget, what kind of experience they have before. This kind of stuff is very standardized, and it's very simple, right? And also maybe like what are the preference on, you know, choosing using what kind of channel to communicate, or what kind of place that they usually visit, what kind of information they usually hear. So this is something that you can get the data from survey. One of the good thing about survey is it's easier for getting response, and it requires lower training costs, because it's a survey, right? You just need to design a good survey. You don't need to train your member, but in-depth interview and focus group, you're going to need to train people for it. So survey will be faster, it's easier, and it's going to be generalized. And it's usually used in the way that when we created our assumption, we will use data to validate it. And that is the way that we use survey, to get data to prove out things. So if you're looking into the whole flow, right, you may ask, okay, which one go first, which one go later? If you are the one who managing your research right, I mean, you are the one who managing your research right now. I want to ask, which types or which one how will you put the sequence in terms of using focus group, in-depth interview, and survey? Which one go first and which one go second?
Focus group first.
And then?
Interview and survey, I guess.
Mm.
Or maybe surveys and interview. Yeah. But for me personally, I like interview first and then survey. Yeah. Because I don't really trust in the like surveys responses. Yeah.
Okay. How about Yola?
In my opinion, so we need to get some general information first, so we can go to survey. After that, we need to be more specific. We can go to interview. And for focus group, it's like if we want to more efficient than interview, maybe, so we can go to focus group. Yeah.
So then I will tell you how me and I was having conversation about this. So first of all, I think one of the misunderstanding about focus group is a lot of people think focus group, I have more people, then I will be faster. So, but then actually when it comes to organize a focus, because you will be more efficient, right? You interview like a few people at the same time. But then if you're looking into the result of it, I think you can search online. There's some video to talk about what is the difference between focus group and group interview. Because actually a focus group, the objective is not to interviewing those people and taking turns to answer, because it will be it may be faster for you, but then for the audience itself, it's not. Like it makes them feel harder, because it's, you know, like you need to wait and answer, and you need to listen to other people, and sometimes it like not really reflecting on your original thoughts as well. So that's why we need to understand the objective of having focus group is about we want people to have conversation. It's not, for example, like I'm the moderator, you two are my focus group. The reason that I'm having it is not I'm asking Pika and then I will go to ask Yola and then take turns. So it doesn't work like this. But then what I want to do is I want to be a moderator. I will give you guys a question. For example, how much do you think an iPhone should charge? Like how much should you pay for an iPhone? Okay. And then what you will do is you two would discuss together. So I will give you questions and you two will discuss. I will moderate the discussion, but I'm not necessary to influence on the way that you're going to discuss. Maybe I will ask you a question and I listen to you guys. And if sometimes like if the group it go well, people like have good chemistry on having conversation, actually they can generate idea already. And actually the role of me is sitting here to take notes and also observing people. For example, I will observe people behaviors when they talk about specific things. Maybe a person, when we talk about iPhone, right? Bika will be very excited, but Yola is not. But why Bika is very excited for it? Maybe because he study engineering, for example. He like fancy technology like iPhone. So then what I will get inside is maybe usually people who are studying IT or working in IT, they are prefer more high-tech products for it. Or for example, Bika is an engineer. And when I talk about iPhone, he's actually not interested and he didn't speak up a lot. Maybe one of the reason is because maybe through the discussion, right, you go to moderate. For example, you see, oh, like Bika is not talking all those stuff, and then maybe as a moderator, I can ask Bika, like, Bika, like, how do you think about it? I haven't seen you expressing a lot in terms of iPhone, and maybe or maybe MacBook, something like that. And then maybe at the end of the day, he would tell me, oh, because MacBook cannot use AutoCAD, and it doesn't fit with my engineering school because I need to draw AutoCAD. So I need to use a software to draw something which only Windows can work it. So that's why when you talk about MacBook, iPhone, Apple products, like with iOS, actually engineering people are not interested on it and they prefer to use Android and also Windows. So this is how you're going to observe the conversation going on and you give facilitation on it. But then generally it's about like you observe like how does the chemistry going on and trying to see what are the insights that you can get on it. Because for example, at the originally how I selling MacBook or iPhone is I will sell to everyone because I personally I love MacBook and I believe everyone should have a MacBook. Yeah, if you ask me other people, they will tell you the same. But then like at the end of the day, what I find is not everyone is suitable for it. Through the focus group, I can see different profile, like for example, different customer segment. I think some segment will be interested in it, some segment will be not. And that would be the insight that I find in a focus group. Yeah. So I think that is generally what is a focus group difference. And it really requires skills for people to facilitate conversation, to moderate, rather than only flowing questions one by one. It's not like a panel discussion, something like that. Yeah. So you need to be aware on it. And regarding to here, right, if talking back into these three things, I think when I talked to Ni, the conversation we were having is generally people usually go with focus group and then survey, and then at the end of the day they will use customer interview. Of course there will be some special case in exchange like focus group, interview, and survey, but then it always start with focus group. The reason is because we currently doesn't very clear about what are the segment we should focus. For example, I see Pika and also Yola, both of you didn't put your focus field and duration on the customer persona, right? Why you didn't put there?
Actually, I don't really understand like where to start it. And also I don't really understand what is focus group. That's why.
Oh, no. What our question is, remember you guys are doing here, right? I remember you guys do customer persona, right? Like this, right? Who is this?
Yeah.
So when I see it, wait, I see you fill in some kind of information here, but I didn't see you put which one do you run. Why?
Between GT or with the timeline, you mean?
No. This is the first co-working space that we have. So I think you guys were here filling in the persona of your entity, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember at the time like I haven't done post planning of mine. So actually I haven't have a strategy at that time. So I didn't put what program I will do it. So I didn't say anything. So I can do it right now.
Okay. How about Yola?
So for me, it's just I haven't fixed yet, and also I'm haven't start market research, so I still don't know which one that I will put in here.
Okay, so that's the things, right? So that's why if you look into here, that is where the focus group coming in. I don't know how big are you focus, because it's supposedly you should have a research before you design your focus. But then, like, it's not. So what I want to say is when you look in, right? Because like I think a lot of people face the same issue when you start the product is you don't have much understanding on it and you don't know where to start. There's so many options out there. You can have long duration, you have short duration, you can have you can have different fields. So maybe what I will do is I will host a focus group. Okay, so the focus group, maybe I will have 2 focus groups. What the fuck? Here. So one focus group is for short duration. And maybe one is for, I don't know, long duration, for example. So then I will put like some of the ideal segment I have, because I may have a lot of segments. For example, I want to have a BA student. I want to have 2, for example, because usually focus group is around 5 to 6 people. Then I want to have 2 IT students. For example, from UIT, like I guess if you are Myanmar, right? And then this one will be from NMDC. And then I want to have 2 engineering students. Okay. And then maybe from YTU, for example. So I have 6 people and I'm going to moderate the discussion. Okay, Yola, if you don't know the school, it's okay lah. Just put the profile like you, just the school name, it's okay, just their school name. I just worry he don't understand. So maybe afterward, right, then I will think about, okay, I will ask the question, for example, how do you think about intern support? And then maybe they will tell you, oh yeah, it sounds cool, right? But mostly I can tell you they are either business student or IT student. Not a lot of engineering students will tell you that I want to go internship abroad, and the reason is because the code, how to say, the regulation in different countries is different. So it doesn't help them to find a job in the future because like for example, electricity in Hong Kong, the power grid is different from other country. Even though I work in other country, when I come back, it doesn't really helps me a lot because the power is different. Yeah. So and then for example, and then you ask deeper, right? How about an internship shorter, right? Internship without paid, but have accommodation, for example. So then maybe they would discuss and they would tell that for BA, like they would say like, I think they would say no, I guess. I don't know. Because people are more business focused and then they would just stay there. But then for IT, maybe they would say yes. Something like that. So then they would tell you the reason. Blah, 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 right? So then you will knock it down. And then generally you will find that actually, if I'm going to look into the market for short-term duration, IT is really potential. And then afterward, what I will do is, I will going to check my market reality. So for example, with IT, right, then I will go to send survey to all the IT university students in Myanmar. For example, I think UIT, YTU, something like that, I guess. And then afterward, right, out of this, I will find that maybe some of the market is suitable for IT. For example, the first thing I will check is what is their skills, what is their language. My skills, that means like the program language as well. Programming language. I cannot type. I'm a bit sleepy, sorry. And then second one is also about their working experience. Maybe for working experience in the survey, I will find that for people who, because usually we want people who have working experience before, so they can go on internship easier, right? So then I will find that, okay, most of the people, they will want like only fifth to 6th year student that they have working experience before, I guess, okay? And programming language, maybe they have like, I don't know, Java, okay, then still okay lah. Still commonly work on it. So then I would you can use it from the focus group. I narrow down my segment to IT. And from IT, I narrow down the segment into what are the age that have working experience and have the skill set can go on it. And then afterward, because remember, right, when we're doing survey, we also need to ask their contact, right? So we have their contact, right? So afterward, what we do is we're going to schedule interview. Okay, just an example. I don't know IT is working Myanmar or not. I just randomly write it. Okay, and then when I schedule the interview, then I will go deeper on, okay, with this IT student, right? What are the life life pain? Okay, I don't know. Life pain, life gain. What are the empathy mapping? You know what is that, right? The one above, yeah, empathy mapping. What are the preference? Maybe actually they want to go India because India is the Silicon Valley in Asia Pacific, especially in Bangalore. So they may be interested about it, right? Then I will know, okay, like what are preference? So at the end of the day, you will find out to see. I define my focus field. I define the duration, and then I'm able to define all these things when I narrow down it deeper and deeper. And that is the reason why we're having it. And of course, for long term, it's gonna be different because long term, maybe the people who are working already. So maybe you will invite people who are working in MNC, who are working in startup, like Refix say, maybe startup really want to send people to go aboard and get trained, and maybe I don't know, SME or some fresh graduate. I think they also want to go. So and then you will look into it, right? So what kind of profile, and then you will go down the same thing and see how much people are interested on long-term duration, what are things they care about. Maybe they will tell you, okay, at the end of the day, I care about salary because it's a long-term experience, right? And actually people want to go further if it go long. For example, they were going to like US, Canada, like all those stuff, but then maybe at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense, like because of visa, because of competence, so on and so forth. So then like you go through the same process on exploring whether you have this market or not. Okay, so I think that is a general idea between focus group, survey, and interview. Do you get what I mean? Yes, right? Oh my god, I hope I am clear. I know it's hard.
Yeah, it's clear.
I know I never what that? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So then like so you now know what is the difference between focus group, survey, and in-depth interview. I would focus group first. I mean, you can host a few more because like it's gonna take you very long time. So you can host a bit more to understand what is the market that you can go and explore first, and then you set survey to see whether the things are true or not. Because sometimes the problem of focus group is you only pick a few people. Okay, like what we plan in the model. What is that? What we plan in the model, right? We only have each segment. We only invite 2 people. But then if that 2 people is not what we expected lah. Okay, maybe actually people are not interested in IT. Just that 2 weird, I don't know, Isaac's friends, and they are interested on it. And you use survey to prove whether you have that majority of market or not. Yeah. So, and then you're going to ask deeper when you see someone is interested and you want to know about their behavior. So I think that is how does the whole flow look like. And if you want to know more about the information, you can go here to see like what, like these are some of the sample questions from Vietnam. So you can check it out. And of course, online, there's a lot of resources. I personally searched it before as well. Yeah, so you can go check it. And then at the end, there's also some tips as well on how to manage it. For example, how to design a focus group, like choose topic, and then choose your questions, and then prepare the questionnaire. Remember, don't facilitate only yourself because it would take time to note taking. It will also good if you can recording for it as well. And there's some questions, and that is how people taking notes on that, like based on how many people answering what kind of question. And you can even do it before your pricing research as well to see how generally people reacting to the price. And then there's also some capacity building video on how to prepare focus group. What is the difference between group interview and focus group? So you can check the video afterward. Yeah, and then how to prepare in-depth interview, and then how to design questionnaires. What is a good questionnaire look like? And here are also some of the tips that I researched before I consolidated. I think these are the good ones, so that's why I put it here. So you can check on how to design a good questionnaires, what type of things that you need to have consideration before you design the survey. And these are all the reference that I have been gone through. So you can look at it afterward. And then I want to ask a question. Did Yaman come back? Can I go?
I will ask him.
What the fuck? Yaman. Okay, Yola, sorry. I just don't want to talk too many times. So just trying to see whether everyone...
Yeah, it's okay.
Tell him, fuck him. I'm not...
He's joining right now.
How is it?
He's joining.
I mean, if not, just join your laptop is also okay. It's only not much different, sorry. Like if 4, then I would...
He's joining right now.
With 3, like, not much different to me. Yeah, just don't waste my time, fucking EMR. Oh, by the way, Yola, be friend with them. To me.
Sorry?
They are like my kids. I like to bully them a lot. Bullying them is the biggest interest that I have. It's really happy.
Hi, welcome back.
Yes. Where are you? Are you with your laptop?
Yeah. I'm with my laptop.
For
Wait.
so long. Yeah, you should slap your face. And I talk about a really important part, so you follow with Pika and Yola to listen about it. That part is very, very important. I'm not going to repeat again. Okay?
Yeah, yes.
So now I'm going to go to the next part. Yeah, Taken segment. Okay. Now we're talking about segment, right? When we do interview, when we do sorry, I'm sleepy. Group focus group, and also survey, right? But now that is the time when we talk about, okay, so where is segment? How do we segment? Anyone have any idea? Oh my god, I'm losing my voice after today. I'm gonna rest afterward.
It's like identify our specific market.
Yes, my specific market. Any more? How are you going to define? Yeah, man.
Wait. Segmentation. We define based on the demographic information and also some other information as well. I'm not clear.
For your info, just based on whatever information, right? Because
Actually, my brain is dead, right? I like.
What the fuck? Can you can you increase your CPU a bit?
After I guess after we have done like after surveys or like interviewings, like after like we have done our market research, and we can make what kind of fees we will focus.
Okay.
I guess.
Target segment, right? Actually, you need to define the segment before you go interview, and after interview, you will prioritize something to be your target. Okay. But then how are we going to do it, right? Yes, demographic is one of them, but then actually there's 6 different types in order to do segmentation. And I just copied from Nee. So if you're working with Nee, it should be something that you know it already, okay? So there were 6 types. The first one is demographic, like what you guys say, like age, gender, income, education, marital state. It's like basically our persona, the top left corner. So it's 1, okay? Secondly, it will be about psychographic, which means the personality, attitude, values, interests. So that means in the top right, okay, of our persona. And then we have behavior. So what I have tendency, what product they use, what are their habits. So it will be the lower part regarding to the empathy mapping. And then geographic, so it's still the top left about where they are living. Okay, that's simple. And the last two one is the most common one that we will use, which is the first one is need-based. So which means why do that type of person, that segment of people need this product? Okay, so this will be the one. And this, in order to find need, actually you need to go very deep interview, and I will go tell about it later. Secondly, it will be about value-based. Okay, value-based, it means that it has a values that people want it, and that's why they buy. It gives them a special values onto themselves. Okay, so you can, from what you can see here, these are the 5 different types of it. And one of the remarks from me is when you choose the most suitable type of segment based on the product development state. That means based on your product right now, the state is very brief, right? So yeah, the first thing you can segment it is based on demographic, based on age, based on gender, no, not gender, based on age, based on education, based on income, then that will be the easiest for you because your product is new. But when you get more advanced, actually you can mix 2 or 3 segments at the same time. So I will show you some of the example later. Okay, so how to going to segment the step, right? So firstly, you need to define who are your customer segmentation goal. For example, just now we have UIT student, YTU student, NMDC, and I don't know, YU, for example, I guess. Like these are the top 4 universities in Yangon. So then like maybe these are your segment, and then afterward, segment your customer into groups. Okay, what type of group of people that they have. And then you're going to target and reach those people by marketing, sales, and CXP, which is, you know, remember the product packaging we have mentioned last time. And last but not least, analyze your customer segment and make adjustment as needed. So, but anyway, to let you understand how to do segment in a very easy way, right? So I prepared some of the example already. So before you go dive deep into it, remember these are the pro background, study level, and experience that we have from the program initials that stand from SKI. And then I have recategorized here already, like what kind of major we're going to, what kind of field based on it. And then afterward, you're going to do research, okay? So what are the research I have been going through? I just searched it this morning, like from one of the government websites in Hong Kong. So it tells what kind of faculties, like major, like your university, like engineering university, like university. So we are mixed, okay, in Hong Kong. But then we have some numbers to tell, okay, among all of the university students we have right now, what kind of majors that they are studying. So that means what kind of resources that our government is allocating to it. So you'll be able to see we have been allocated a lot of people in terms of engineering and IT, and then business and management, and then coming the next is science. And the last but not least, the lower one is social science and artificial. So you can see these one are the one that with a lot of resources. Okay, that we have more students in the market studying it. Okay, so and then what I have been done is I'm going to check, okay, whether they are my focus market or not. Okay, so if you want to look it better, you can go to here, market size. So I give an example here. So on the entity side, I have put is, okay, for example, for example, they will be my focus market because, for example, engineering and technology, right? So they can go IT and engineering. So that's why it can be my focus market, and I have the most people that studying that in Hong Kong. Secondly, I have business and management coming in the second, and they can go business administration or marketing as long as it's business field, okay? And last but not least, there's one more segment coming in is arts and humanities, which these people can have a potential to go on marketing opportunity, especially on content creation. But last but not least, for all the remaining like science, medicine, like all those stuff, actually we not really can match with the field, and they are not my market. Okay, and of course we also have teaching as well, which is we have a university who generate teachers. Okay, but then we don't have LC there, and it was not our focus market, so I didn't put it as my focus market, because if it's focus market, then we have a number for it. but then it's not. Okay, so then like afterward, then I define that like my focus market that can contribute to the field, and then I go to calculate how many students I have in the market. So the market size of it. So how I'm going to do it is here we have the estimate students per year. So I divide the numbers by 4, then these are the students per year that we have in Hong Kong. And then I only target 3rd year and 4th year. So for example, for 2nd year, usually they will get a local internship. So that's why I will put 2nd and 3rd year. So this is my size. So that's why when I combine together, 12,576 is my market size of GTA. Okay, of course, in different field, I have different numbers as well. And this is how I define market size in a general way. But then, of course, I also have LCs, and actually LC can spend more resources on that. So what I have done is like, if I'm from my LC, I research based on my university, how does my market size look like? So what I have done is I have searched all of the majors that in my university. So we have 45 different majors in there. And I calculate, I have also researched about data about every year how many intakes that we have. And afterward, I calculate, okay, like based on that times 2, that it will be 3rd year and 4th year around an estimated number. But then I'm not going to focus on all of them because some of them, the market size is smaller. Some of them, it's not very potential or not super aligned with what we really want. In terms of the matchability. So I'm not taking of them, but I only take some of the focus, and at the end of that, I calculate to sum, okay, fine. When I summing up all the BA together, then my market size is 120. And then 100, and then I have the most with marketing around 500 in the market size. And then my market size total in my university is 2,000. So I have 2,000 people that who are potential to go on a GTA experience. So this is how we calculating it. This is on a national level, and this is on the LC level. So I'll explain the later part again later. Yeah, and last but not least, besides my university, actually my LC also have one association degree. That means like college, something like that, as our market as well. So it also gives us some engineering market as well. So this is generally how level 1 market segmentation look like. Is it clear for everyone? Okay, it's easy, right? Just mathematics, right? I hope you guys haven't died, okay? If you have questions, feel free to ask me. Then now we're going to level 2 segmentation, okay? So remember, right? When we looking into the segmentation, then actually we can actually mix the segmentation as well. And I will show you some example in some entity that they has been mixing, and they were working quite well. Of course, they are a bit stronger compared. Okay, so I'm not sure that you see this meme before, but I really like it. That's the only memes that I know how to use. I mean template. Yeah, to let you awake. So usually when it comes to the segmentation, right? How do I think before about a deep persona? It look like this, which is the global persona. Okay, it sounds deep, right? Actually, it's not. But then when I talking to more different entities, then I start looking into what does a deep persona look like, and this is how a deep persona look like. So these are the 2 examples that I can give you. First one is in MOC, there's a specific type of people that who want to study in Japan in the future. So that's why they will apply for GT, especially long duration, because it can be a stepping stone for them to study abroad in the later time. And if you're looking into it, that would be, first of all, demographics. What kind of backgrounds people will go study in Japan? You need to find it. And secondly, is we can provide the value, which they adding a value onto their series, which give them a chance a higher chance for them to admit into the university in Japan. Okay, so this is the first type of it. Second type will be about, for example, in Singapore, they have a lot of marketing graduates. But then in Singapore, there's not much marketing opportunity that are opening and available. So that's why what will be the problem is with this limited local opportunity, we have a lot of marketing students, and only the very top market students marketing student can go to this opportunity, and the remaining people, they don't have any marketing opportunity while they need an internship in order to graduate. So that's why internship I say internship gives them an opportunity to fulfill the internship criteria and it fulfill their needs. And also you have the demographic of it, because except the top marketing university, the remaining university who study marketing, they are your focus. Yeah. So that's why you can see it here, and that's how people mix and matching the persona. So in here, a few tips is, first of all, be specific on the values, because you need, the clearer you define the motivation, the easier that your marketing and sales doing it. Because if you know about what is the motivation on getting the internship, yeah, it's easier to target. Secondly, is about aware of the segment size. Although you can build very specific segment, but one of the problem is you need to be aware if the segment will be too small. For example, sometimes I will also doubt with MOC who send an EP to Japan, how many people in MOC really want to study in Japan and use ISET as a stepping stone. So maybe in MOC, the good thing is because they have a lot of people, the population is large, so that's why they have a great, a greater market on it. But generally, I think compared to the market size of MOC, this is still very niche one. And if the segment is too small, you need to think about whether it's worth to invest or not, because the ROI may be low. So you need to evaluate clearly when you design your segment. So in here, to recap, these are the segmentation, mix and match look like with demographics, need-based and value-based. And of course, you can have more, for example, interest, they are interested in entrepreneurship, or I don't know, something like that. Then maybe they will be also want to go on internship with ISET as well. Yeah. So this is about market segment. Any questions regarding this? Hope you don't. Okay. So okay, amazing. So for the here, sorry Yama, we have been talking about it already. You follow with Pikachu and Yola later. Yeah, so now coming to the very last part about market research. So we talk about research methodology, questionnaire creation, and also tips. Okay, so we have been talking about the differences already. So let's have someone from Pika and Yola to talk about what is the difference between focus group, survey, and also interview. Again, I hope this time you can answer it all. What is the difference between these three?
Yola.
Empowering others.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because you go, just don't be shy.
Yeah. So hello. So focus group. How do I say? Okay. So so focus groups, a scenario where we can use it that if you are not know to explore some pool, so we can use the focus group. If we are not knowing if we have a product but we don't know that the customer will buy it or not. So in that kind of scenario, we can use it like focus group. But what does this mean? That we can we're gonna choose the person from that kind of specific field, like maybe 2 or 3 people, and having a discussion groups, and we'll be the moderators there. Is that in the focus group, we need to consider about is that we have to prepare a lot in terms of questions, because we have to moderate them in from those kind of topics that are from different fields. So this is the focus to this. So, for example, for from the focus to the output, we know that okay, the business administration PA is really suitable for Myanmar context, for example. So we can have it to another step, which is interviewing of Savin. So the thing is that Savin is most relevant if we know about that PA is really relevant. We can have it as Savin. And after the Savin, what kind of people are really interested in, and after that we can do the deeply understanding about with interviewing the EPs. So yeah.
How about survey and also interview?
Okay, so the thing is, a survey is really it's massively generalized because the thing is that people's not uh, uh, people are generally they're answering the answering. So yeah, that's it about the survey. So for the interview, it is 1-to-1, so it's more personal, and also we can more deeply understanding on what they are really thinking about the customer, like a customer. So yeah, so this is really understandable in terms of 1-to-1 interviewing process. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm too hungry. I'm sorry. So I hope everyone is clear. And in the later part, you can see some of the example from me. Then you can go check about it. Yeah. Okay, cool. So now, after we talk about segment, after we talk about different types of interview, then now we're going to talk about who we are going to interview. Anyone can tell me who are we going to interview and how you define who are the people you're going to interview? And how many people you need to interview? The answer is not on the slide. I'm talking about it. Wow. Yeah, man. You just talk for long.
I think we should interview at least I think 5 or at least 5 to 6 people from one segment group we are having.
How did you come up with this number?
I don't know. I think I have learned about that in this session. In fact, to March or April, she was delivering something about doing interview. I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't reviewed later on, so I kind of forgot. I know she talked about that. She already shared us.
Mika, how do you say about it?
I don't know. So when we're doing the pricing research, 50 at least, right? So that may be 30 at least. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of interviewing.
Mika is dying. I can see from his hair. Cool. Yola, do you want to answer anything? I know you're in toilet, but then. Is Yola still here? Oh, maybe she's in the washroom. It's okay. Right. So I'm going to talk about segmentation. Based on my learning when I was in university, there is formula to calculate it, guys. Okay. So that is the reason why I work very hard in terms of finding the right, I calculate all of the majors in my university, right? That one of the reasons I work very hard for it because I need to calculate it. And I can tell you how I'm going to calculate. So this one is not suitable for you because you guys don't have the product, but then this is one that we give to the entity who run the oGT originally. And this is how does the difference look like between survey and interview. But then if you look deeper, especially in survey, because survey you can have more respondents, right? So actually there's a way to calculate what is the sample size that you need in order to prove that this survey is with enough number and it can prove with it it can give you a strong, how to say, a proof to support the things that support the data, okay? But not a very small sample size, okay? So how are we going to define our sample size is in here. So the sampling, so first of all is in here, you need to see on two things. First of all, your size of population, okay? Your size of population, it doesn't mean that your, how many people in Myanmar, okay? It's not your country population. The population in statistics, it means your market size. So remember, just now when I talk about my university, I have around 2,000 something people, right? Okay, actually, it's a bit changed here, but then it's okay. Because at the beginning, I also calculate second year as well. So I have around 3,000 people from my market. So in these 3,000 people, right, I need to define two things. The first one is my size of population. My population size is around 3,000 something people. So they are in between of 2,050, 2,500, and also 5,000. So 3,000 is in the middle of them. So I'm around here. And afterward, I need to define marginal of error. So which means how much error of the data you can accept it. If you want to be more accurate, of course, you're going to interview more people. But if you think that, okay, it's still all right to have around 5% of error, then you can go with 5%. So 5% will be here, and here will be around 3,000. So the number will be between 333 to 357. So that's why this is how the number coming up. And usually on our data, we are acceptable. I mean, if it's not very specific, it's in like your very detailed things, then actually 5% is okay. But then if it's some very important research, then like actually 5% of, for example, your censorship of the population in your own country, then that should be something that more specific, right? So the size will be go larger for it. So that's why in here, around 5% with this population size, I will be around here for the number. And the second thing you need to do is after you define your sample size, then you need to define your sampling method, which means how you choose the sample. Right? Just now we decided how many sample we want, and now we're going to choose how we define the sample. So in here, first of all, so the methodology is called stratified sampling. So it's really have this. You can go check online. There's video. There's like website talking about this. It's really the one that I learned when I was studying market research, when I was in university. So first of all, you need to separate into strata. Okay. In ISAT, we call it segment, okay? So like different groups of people, basically. And then afterward, what you need to do is define the number of respondents per strata based on the proportion. For example, the formula is here. The numbers in the category. For example, segment A, I have 5 people outside of total is 100. So which means, no, not 5, okay, 5 over 20. So like we have 1/4 of the people are from segment A. And my sample size is, for example, 4. Okay, so which means 5 over 20 times 4, yeah, then it will be 1, right? So then which means from sample A, I need to choose 1 people for it. And this is how the whole calculation looks like. If you're looking into the research that I have just now, based on my market size is here, 3,147, and it's between 2,500 and 5,000, and I choose marginal errors plus or minus 5%. So the sample size is 357. So based on this, I use stratified sampling, then I will have it, and this is the total sample size. And what I have is I times the category, for example, 180, divided by 3,147. So it comes up with 20. So at the end of the day, when I'm doing the survey, I'm going to ask 20 people who are under the BA category. That means their major can go on BA. And then I will choose 70 people who their major can go on BD. And I will choose 85 people who can go on marketing, because marketing have a larger market size, right? Remember we talked about it. And then finally 60 tech, so as engineering is 122 and 47. So at the end of the day, I'm going to track based on it. So I'm going to track what are the profile of my survey respondent and whether they are, for example, if I have someone from nursing that filling in the survey, this response doesn't count because it not fall inside of my straight tar. Yeah. So this is how we calculate sample size and how we keep track the data is correct or not and accurate or not. Yeah. So at the end of the day, this is how survey look like. And if you're going to interview, yes, you need to do at least 50 interview. But then you can pick up some of the people, like 300 something people, right? You can pick up the right one that you feel interested to want to know more about how the decision making process, and you can pick 50 people out of the survey respondent and then invite them to go on an interview. Okay, so this is how does it look like. But in here, I don't have time to work with you guys because I'm sorry, I'm very overrun and I'm not going to do a questionnaire draft with you. But then you guys need to go home and do yourself. If you want to group yourself into groups and working together, it's also okay. I will share you guys some of the resources later. You can go read it on, and I will give you a deadline. So submit on deadline, then I can give you feedback for it. So here are some tips of it. So this is how focus group conducted, so you can check it. And this is how about survey design. So when you design the survey, there will be 5 parts that you need to be very specific, especially if you're going to do pricing research. Okay, you're going to put the package there, and then you ask them how much they charge, right? So first of all, you need to be very clear about the introduction of the survey. So you have welcome message, and then you have objective, and then you have expectation, expected duration to fill in the questionnaire, so people will not lose interest on that. And you set expectation on how they should fill in the survey. For example, when they think about the price of the product, they should be being honest to reply on you, rather than they just choose based on like whatever they want, okay, but not really evaluating. And the next one is about like the future use of the questionnaire. So where will be the data using, who will be using it, and make sure it's being confidential because we need to compile with GDPR. Secondly, it will be about product brief. So if you're doing pricing research, make sure you have a basic introduction about the product. Some people will go to use videos, some people use infographics, some people use paragraph, depends on you. But as long as your respondents understand what is the product, then it is okay. The third one, pricing, package, and questionnaires. So especially when we do pricing research, we have 3 different packages with short, medium, and long duration, right? So you're going to put the package there and put what kind of differences on the benefit, highlight, and then you will ask them, okay, based on this package of service, like how much you're going to pay for it. So make it simple and easier to understand. And you can also attach your pricing research, your competitor analysis into it to showcase to people usually a product like this around how much price it costs. And at the end of the day, this is the sample of the oGT Pro packaging, and this is how the questionnaire looks like when you're using WAN Facility Pro. So you're going to give them package 1, and then you ask all these questions. And you give them package 2, you ask this question, and package 3, you ask this question. Because they look very similar, what I would suggest you is highlight the differences to let the audience to understand it clearly. And the 4th part will be about personal information. Make sure when you design a survey, don't go with personal information first, okay? So I will explain it later. But then to here, you need to collect the demographics of the respondents. So these are the information you can consider. And also you can ask them about their preference when you do pricing research. For example, after they fill, you can ask them how much willingness that they want to go for a short-term or medium-term or long-term duration. So, and then when you see they are interested on it, you can follow for in-depth interview to understand the decision-making process. Just make sure like you need to compile GDPR, and you need to, at the end, you need to tell them, okay, we will only use your information to a specific purpose only, and you will ask them, would they mind if you contact them for an interview? If they take yes, that means you can interview. If no, then you shouldn't ask people for an interview. Last but not least, thank you to the respondents because they give time and effort to fill in your survey. So just thanks them. And interview design, I don't have a lot on the template. I can share you other entity template. But then one of the tips is about the customer interview flow. Okay, so in here, this is the whole flow look like. Make sure you gradually build up the climate when you design it. Yeah, this is the flow. And one more reminder is why personal information at the last is because personal information is easier to reply. So which means usually we put the hardest question in the beginning. So people are still having energy to fill it. But then until the end of the survey, people start feeling it tired already, and they may drop off from it if the question is too hard. So that's why it will always put the hardest question first, and we'll put the easy question at the end. And that's why demographic is in the end. So how do we do interview? There's a few things you need to be aware. First of all, is asking about why in the right time, because being curious is very important, and yeah, and it will help you to discover more new ideas and the new answer that you want to have. Secondly, don't ask too many general questions. Trying to be more specific on the moment itself, and also encourage the interviewee to talk about the process or the story. So usually people may say, okay, do you like panda, for example? And then they will say yes, and they stop. Then you need to follow on questions like, why do you like panda? So you're going to listen to the story and thought process, and it gives you a better perspective on understanding the customer. And the next one is about find out the inconsistent of the interviewee, which means if they're going to tell you something that is not inconsistent. For example, they say I like panda, but then I don't like to go to Sichuan, the city of panda, right? And then you're going to ask them why. So maybe you will find more news story behind it, and because of the conflict itself, so they will tell you more details of it. Pay attention to the non-verbal clues. Sometimes people have body language, and they have different emotions when they reply you. So that's why it's also good to have it. And when you're doing interviews, sometimes it will have some dead air, like it will get silence. But then it's really okay, because sometimes the person of it, they need time to think, and they may not answer you right away. So that's why give them some thinking time. It's okay. And you can, while you're waiting, you can see what question you have asked already, or you can, based on the question they answered, then you can recap on what they have said. It helps them to like think in a deeper way. And last one, a few things very general. Trying to not ask leading questions. Don't ask people, do you hate Yemen? That is something that you shouldn't ask, because you direct people to ask, yes, I hate Yemen, or no, I don't hate Yemen. And hate, like, it gives a direction already about hating him, right? So that's why don't try to ask leading questions. Secondly, is about ask some more neutral questions. Don't ask reciprocal questions, like don't you think Yemen is very ugly? So this is not something you should ask. But then you should ask, like, how do you think about the appearance of Yemen, right? So yeah, you know what I mean, Yemen. So yeah, so trying to ask some more neutral questions. And the next one is don't ask yes no question. Okay, you just kill yourself in the conversation. And last but not least, make sure you take notes or recording, because most probably after 1 hour or 7 minutes of conversation, you're gonna forget everything already. See how Pika look like. He is not a good person, can do customer interview, I guess. Okay. So at the end of the day, here are some video I talked about it before. So please go check it. It's really useful. And yeah, and there's also survey platform. They have some interview guide as well. And these are some of the information and thought process. And these are the research material I have done. So last but not least, I have one thing to share with you guys. When we do an interview, do you know what is the most important things when we do interview? People are dying already. What is the most important skills, or what it, like we talk a lot, right? Those skills that I think you can learn by yourself. But now I want to ask you, what is the most important skill set? Speak. What the fuck? Interview is not you speak. Yeah, but you need to communicate. That's true. But then no. Any more?
Is, how can I say, understanding the interviewee feeling and vibe, and then changing the flow of that interview.
And no, not die in while interview. Yeah, yeah. If you die already, actually, you doesn't need to have it. True. Any more people want to share? Yola, how do you think about it? You do interview before, right? And Pikachu like interview. Maybe you can share a bit more. You say you like interview, right? What is the most important thing? Hi. Yeah.
I don't know.
Look at me.
I'm just dead.
I don't know. Like, we just doing interview just that.
Huh? I want to take a picture of Vika with his hair. That's you like 2 years. Okay, cool. No, any more people want to answer? Oh, it's dead, right? It's okay. Do you think I should be the one who dead? Like, I talked for so many hours. So okay, so I'll explain here. The most important skill set in interview is asking why and able to catch the keywords. That is the most important thing. Okay, a lot of time, even when I was in Hong Kong, a lot of people when they do interview, it always fuck up with the place that they just ask one question and you answer them and you don't know how to ask follow-up question. The most important part when you do interview is you want to dig deeper on it, right? But if you don't know how to ask a follow-up question, how are you going to dig deeper on it? Like it just stop in the surface. For example, do you think how do you think about Yeman's look, right? Oh, I would say ugly. And then you're not going to follow up on that. Oh, he's ugly because he really looks ugly, right? And then you're not going to follow up on that, right? Then how do you know why I think Yeman is ugly? Maybe if you ask me about, but then why do you think he's ugly? Then I would tell you, oh yeah, because he's always not shaving. I really hate people don't shave. Cannot. Yeah. And then and then why I hate people shaving, right? Because I have bad memories with my father regarding shaving. So that's why I really hate people don't shave, for example. So then now you know more about the story itself, right? And how you're going to dig deeper on it, right? So first of all, remember you ask the question, right? How do you think about Yeman's look, right? Then I would say ugly. So the first factor you have is ugly. Okay. So if you're looking into it, ask you have you heard about fishbone analysis or root cause analysis? Oh shit, this generation knows nothing. Are you sure you know? Because it doesn't seem like you know.
I know it. I have already done one with my commission.
Okay, cool. So so you know with this, right? So fishbone analysis is for using to analyze problem, but it can also help you to drop down a keyword. Then you ask, why do you think Yeman is ugly, right? And then I would tell you that because he don't shave. Okay, so so that means doesn't shave is the keyword, right? And also additionally, his nose is too big. Okay, for now. Okay, so nose randomly is a keyword. I don't know. I just randomly put it there. Okay, and then afterward you're going to ask why, right? And I would tell you, because I had a bad experience with my father not shaving when I was a kid, for example. Then you will ask more for a question, and then you can still ask more about it when you see about it, right? When you say, oh, why? What was your relationship with your father? Like how it goes? Like I still don't liking it. Him, like so and so forth, right? So then now you can dig deeper onto the conversation, and you can find more story behind, and it can help you about it. So that's why it's very important that you need to ask the most important thing is about ability to ask follow-up questions. And you need to ask 3 or 4 times about the why. and trying to understand their thought process. So this is the most important thing. And I hope you do it already, the fishbone analysis, you work on it, you know about it, right? So you can also bring this to your members in terms of how to do a better interview. And teach, the most important thing is teaching them to catch the keywords and ask a follow-up question, okay? So this is it. And then any questions before we move on? This is simple, right? Okay, cool. So now we come to the deadlines. That is the very, very last part of the day. So it's the next step. So, oh my God, finally ends. I'm going to die. So in the deadline itself, right? So, so here is the general deadline. So we have been phase 1, and then you're going to have customer, validate your customer with your customer, and then you consolidation align, and then at the end of the day, you have product implementation, right? So one of the things that I'm going to give you checkpoint is on 18th of August, okay, in here, because you see there's a bunch of deadlines from funnel analysis, from competitor analysis, and also micro variable analysis. So this will be the first checkpoint, and then what the fuck? And then secondly, we have the second checkpoint, which is by the end of the next week. So which is a Friday, this one is a Tuesday. So I'm going to follow up on your macro analysis as well as your checkpoint 1. Make sure you finalize it, because this is also the time that you're doing interview planning. So I want to see your questionnaire for a focus group, your interview, or like, you know, survey. I want to see it, so that's why I can give you feedback before you go on implementation. Because once you implement it, then you need to adjust it yourself. Yeah. So I can, you know, like if have something that are not good, I cannot help you already. So this, to recap again, this is a deadline. And I have one very last thing is in here. Okay. So we're going to downscale to the network, because I tell you a lot of things, right? And you are for sure not the only one who do it. You're going to do it with your network, right? Or you have co-working space like us today, then you ask your network to do it together. So what I want you to do is you go to this tab about network downscaling. I put your face there already. Imagine if you don't know your face, I cannot help you, okay? So we have Yola, Yemar, and also Pika. So what I need you to do is, remember we separate primary research and secondary research, right? In your CTA. I hope you still remember that. Okay. Also, please help me if you haven't finished filling it in. That also help me to fill as well, like empty dude. Okay. VMR about the funnel analysis and also the interview as well. So fill in what are the CTA that you need, what are the information you are missing, and then you take what are the methodology you're going to use it. So afterward is you're going to have 2 parts. Why I help you to separate the research in primary research and secondary research is because secondary research, you just need to sit down here, go and find reports, okay? You three can sit down together, have co-working space again between 3 of you, and let's search about research report and talk together, right? So this is actually easier, or you can directly tell your LC and they can do it already. But then for primary research, which means they are focus group, interview, and also survey, right? That is the things that you need to plan. You need to design a survey, you need to try it out, whether it's work or not, you need to get feedback before you launch it, and then you're going to monitor. So the whole process will be more, and also it needs your work a lot as well. So that's why what I want you to do is in deliverable, which means what are the activities you do. For example, you have, I don't know, like persona building, or I don't know, pricing research interview. So on primary, or you have, you know, here can be macro analysis. So this one, so one day you will do pastel, and the second day you will do 7P, something like that. So then you can type it there and you give a deadline. And then we will track you here based on you have done it or not. Is it understand for you? And I want you to write more activity as in how you're going to downscale with your network, because you're not going to do it by yourself, right? So when is the time you're going to tell your network, when is the deadline, when will you you're going to feedback them, and when I can consolidate with you, okay? So I want you guys to fill in your downscaling plan. Is it okay? I will give you a deadline for it. So in here, right? So now we are on 11. So we are here. So I will give you a deadline on 13, which means 2 days later. And I will feedback you on 14th. So that's why in the next week you can implement with your network together, because next week is also deadline as well. I mean, if you want to downscale earlier, ask your network to do it together, you can also as well. So just filling the plan of it. And then regarding to the research material, sorry that I don't have time to build the survey questions with you guys. But then what you can do is you can refer to some 2 GCPs that I have. So firstly, I would suggest you check the one with Vietnam first. It's really, really good, okay? So go to the link here. There's a folder. It's basically the one who do GCP sharing with you guys in the video. So there are 4 things. So she has a guideline for her LC to do research. And then she have a template on how to, a template for the LC to fill in as well. So you can also look into it. And then she have some more training material about like how to do market research in the field, so on and so forth. So what you can do is you can go through it. Of course, she have a lot, okay? She really have a lot, okay? But then if you cannot find, you prioritize it yourself, okay? Yeah, and you can also learn from her template as well if you want. And then info here, so she have some training material on how to do customer interview, so you can also check it out. And last one, so the good thing about Vietnam is they are doing very good